Security Telecom Honorable PSA Professor Yashobhoomi sir has already arrived, but we are just waiting Secretary Telecom arrivals. He is in another session, so as soon as he comes, then we will be just beginning this important program very soon. So kindly just wait. Thank you. May I now request Honorable Professor Ajay Sood sir, PSA to the Government of India on the dais. Welcome you, sir. I request Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Secretary Telecom on the dais. Mr. Ashok Kumar, DDGSRI. Professor Rohit Buddhiraja, Vice Chair Bharat 6G Alliance and Professor IIT Kanpur. Dr. Kumar Sivarajan, Vice Chair Bharat 6G Alliance and CTO Tejas Networks. And Mr. Anil Bhardwaj, I think he may be slightly late, sir, but let us start with your permission. Let us start this session. Yes, I just request Professor David Puel Kullai to give a bouquet to the PSA. Sir, just 1 minute, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. so thank you, sir. So directly let me invite the Vice Chair B6GA, Mr. Rohit, for the welcome address.
Honorable Professor Ajay Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Secretary Telecom, Department of Telecommunication, Mr. Ashok Kumar, DDG, SRI DOT, Mr. Anil Kumar Bhardwaj, DDG SE DOT, and Dr. Kumar Shivarajan, co-founder Tejas Networks. Senior officers from government, academia, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed guests, startups, industry, and colleagues. A very warm welcome to all of you to the curtain raiser function of the Emerging Science, Technology and Innovation Conclave being organized under the theme setting the tone for Atmanirbhar Bharat 6G as part of the second International Bharat 6G Symposium 2025. It is indeed a privilege to have this session chaired by the PSA to the Government of India in the august presence of the Secretary Department of Telecommunications and several distinguished national and international participants. Today's event sets the stage for India's vision of becoming a global leader in technology, innovation including 6G, a vision driven by science, innovation, and through collaboration with academia, industry, and government. Under the leadership of the Department of Telecom and through the collective efforts of the Bharat 6G Alliance, we are building a strong and self-reliant ecosystem that will power the digital future of our nation. We have 8 thematic sessions over the 2 days where more than 300 participants with more than 50 will discuss collaboration in all the aspects of technology development. On behalf of the Bharat 6G Alliance, I extend a heartfelt welcome and deep gratitude to all distinguished guests and participants for joining us today and supporting this important national initiative. Thank you. Okay, so I'll quickly walk through you the presentation to set the tone for this Atmanirbhar Bharat. So before we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat 6G, let me briefly talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat 4G. And I think we have a success story here wherein Tejas has installed this 4G network through BSNL all over India. And then this Atmanirbhar Bharat 5G, this is a project which was funded by DOT, and I'm talking about one initiative wherein we built this network and transferred the technology to Tata Tejas Networks. So this was basically done by these institutions, and the entire hardware and the software was done across these institutions. So the RAN was done by 3 institutions and the core was done by another 2 institutions. So you see this, the indigenous 5G RAN has been deployed at multiple places across multiple avenues. This another one such installation you see at IIT Kanpur. I just wanted to tell you this, that the entire hardware and the software for this was built indigenously. So this is the basement part, and this is another thing which we wanted to tell you was that the Indian academia, this is a unique point of India that has been very active in the standardization. And if you look at this, there are like 800 technical documents in 3GPP, and we have filed 300 plus patents, and 40 plus of them are actually close to SEPs. So the Lekanas in Atmanirbhar Bharat 5G, so they were, if you look at it, we built the systems, but we did not build the devices. So what we are planning as a part of this Bharat 6G Alliance, we say that we want to build the entire ecosystem in India. If you look at this, we want to build everything this time, whether they are filters, whether they are transceiver chips, whether they are FPGAs, whether they are GPS boards, everything we want to build in India this time. And that's the difference. That's how we are working with the Department of Telecommunication. We have proposed this to them, that they should fund these companies so that they build these devices. We have shortlisted, we have figured out these companies who are working on these different aspects of the transceivers. And these are the academic institutions which we believe can make these systems out of it. And what we have suggested to the government of India, that we will take phased approach to this. And now looking at the timeline, we are talking about this pre-standardization phase. So we have proposed a budget of 1,500 crores. If you look at this, we are talking about hardware development, we are talking about software development, everything. Okay, we are talking about pre-standardization test bed. So this is a detailed budget which we have come up with. You look at this, we have done our homework, what is required by the nation to basically come up with completely indigenous 6G network. And if you look at it, the detailed budget for first phase has also been worked out, which will basically be from 2025 to 27. And what we are talking about is basically there should be pre-standard test beds, and we have worked out a budget for 275 crores. Then we have set aside some money for standardization IPRs, we have set aside some money for hardware development. So we are working with industry, we are working with academia, so that if we start working on it now, 27, we'll have all these modules built by different companies, and then 27 to 29 time frame, all this will be integrated with the standardization phase when the work will actually start. So what we say here is that we need these test beds, the pre-standard test bed. These are 4 or 5 focus areas which we have come upon. And as a part of Bharat 6G Alliance, what we are saying, we have proposed this kind of hub and spoke model, and there'll be an implementing agency, there'll be these institutions with whom these smaller institutions will work, and these institutions will act as a hub, they'll act as a knowledge base for these smaller institutions, and industry and academia will work together and then realize this Atmanirbhar 6G vision. So our situation on spectrum is also clear. We have basically this 500 megahertz band of unlicensed operation, and then 300 plus 100, 700 megahertz identified for IMT service, which is basically around 5.925 gigahertz to around 7.125 gigahertz. So I just want to conclude this talk by saying that as a part of Bharat 6G Alliance, we have this roadmap ready for Atmanirbhar Bharat 6G. We have identified 6G technologies and subsystems which need to be designed and modeled for academia and industry to work together to design the 6G. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Dr. Kumar Sivarajan, Vice Chair, for his initial industry view.
Thank you. I think the government of India has been very supportive for the industry, for its, for building telecom products. Clearly, this was true in 4G, where a number of companies were encouraged to set up their radios and core, and the BSNL deployed its, indigenous technology from Tata Group, T-Dot, and Tejas was also part of it. Same thing has happened in 5G. I think there are a number of companies developing particularly radios for 5G. The government has enabled test beds, small orders, 100 sites, 100 radios, so on. So I think that's very encouraging. Through Bharat 6GA, we also expect to encourage startups to participate in standards, understand what is the standard essential patent landscape, and sort of then create IPRs. I think that's going to be useful. For mid-stage companies, these trials and small orders are very helpful, and we hope this will continue. And in 6G, we are happy to note that it's not only system companies, but it also component companies developing various parts of the component chain, including RF transceivers and so on, will be encouraged. So I think industry is getting a lot of encouragement, and we're happy to see this continue with the 6G efforts. Thank you.
Thank you all. So I think under the same tone of setting the tone for Atmanirbhar Bharat 6G, today we are moving slightly just right now onwards to a curtain raiser, and that's under the Emerging Science, Technology and Innovation Conclave. Department of Telecommunications will do the curtain raiser here on digital communications theme. So I invite Mr. Ashok Kumar, DDG Standard, Research and Innovation. Big round of applause, please.
Thank you, Pathak ji. Respected our PSA, Principal Scientific Advisor, Professor Ajay Sood sir, respected Secretary Telecom, Neeraj Mittal sir. Can we have the PPT? Distinguished panelists, distinguished members on the dais, and my dear participants, today I am here for a curtain raiser on the digital communication theme, which is part of Emerging Science, Technology and Innovation Conclave, which is happening in the month of November. Okay, can we have the slides? Okay, let me continue by the time they are able to put the slides. Just to brief all of you that STIC Conclave have 11 thematic area, and there are more than 100 plus. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, next slide please. Achha, okay, this one is next. Yeah, thank you. So we have 11 thematic area and 100 plus speakers, including plenary speakers, panelists and session speakers, and those includes global leaders as well as national leaders in the field of science and technology. So this particular conclave is being participated by multiple ministries of Government of India. Department of Telecommunication is one of the ministry anchoring the theme on digital communications, which includes multiple sessions and talk by expert speakers. Just to give you overall overview of the STIC program, with the objective of this program is to showcase India's leadership in science, technology and innovation, and also foster multi-sector collaboration, promote knowledge-driven economy and encourage international partnership. So as you can see, the thematic area, different topic, which is starting from advanced material, artificial intelligence, biomanufacturing, blue economy, digital communications, semiconductors, energy, health, quantum, space. So everything, all aspect of science and technology will be talked about over 3 days on those days. And if you look at the plenary session, day 1, day 2 and day 3, it's being inaugurated by none other than our Honorable Prime Ministers, and also participated by many Nobel laureate in these plenary functions. You can see on the screen that the plenary functions include Professor Ajay Sood sir, who is here on the dais, and also distinguished experts in the field. You can see on the screen. I'll not take much time reading the name. Plenary speakers also include, all of you know, Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla, who had been to space recently, and you can read the name on the screen. In the interest of time, I'm not going through that. And then finally, to the digital communication theme, for which I am here for the curtain raiser. So as you see on the screen, the keynote speaker we have Professor Kiran Kuchi, who is present here in front of me, which includes VVDN Puneet Agrawal from Lekha Ramu and from Tejas Kumar Sivarajan, who is on dais here, and also Professor R.K. Upadhyay. We have Professor Ganti and Parag Naik, and even we have CMD BSNL. I think he is moving to, yeah, okay, thank you. And now we move to the part for which we are here for unveiling of the curtain raiser of digital communication theme. May I invite PSA, Professor Sood and Secretary Telecom jointly unveil the plenary, sir? Yeah, thank you. Can we run that? Yeah.
In a nation where every call connects dreams, every signal carries hope, and every byte of data empowers a citizen, India is redefining what it means to be truly connected. From the world's highest mountains to its deepest villages, digital waves now unite 140 crore aspirations into one voice, the voice of a rising Bharat. In just 11 years, Bharat has scripted a digital transformation that has inspired the world. From one of the highest data costs to one of the lowest. From limited connectivity to the world's second largest 5G ecosystem. India today stands as a global leader in digital communication. Connectivity is the heartbeat of development. From only 25 crore internet connections in 2014, Bharat now connects more than 1 billion citizens, a 285% growth in just a decade. Broadband has expanded over 15 times, reaching every corner of the nation. Through BharatNet, the world's largest rural broadband project, over 2.14 lakh Gram Panchayats are service-ready, linked through more than 7 lakh kilometers of optical fiber. From the northeast to Lakshadweep, every village, every citizen is being empowered through digital inclusion. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, India's digital rise has been powered by visionary reforms, indigenous innovation, and world-class infrastructure. Massive investments in telecom, R&D, startups, and last-mile connectivity have fueled Bharat's digital economy. Our indigenous 4G stack now powers nearly 98,000 towers, more than 105 G labs, testbed on 6G terahertz, testbed on advanced optical communication, and over 111 research projects are propelling Bharat's 6G vision. Under the PLI scheme, 4,000 crore rupees of investment has generated 88,383 crore rupees in production, 17,062 crore rupees in exports, and created over 29,000 jobs, making India a trusted partner in telecom manufacturing. The Telecommunications Act 2023 replaced the 140-year-old Telegraph Act. The Gati Shakti Sanchar portal has cut right-of-way approvals from 448 days in 2019 to just 60 days in 2024. Through Sanchar Sathi, more than 19 crore citizens are now empowered to trace and block lost or stolen phones, with 24 lakhs successfully traced and more than 6.2 lakhs recovered. India's international spoofed call prevention system blocks 90% of cross-border spoofed calls within 24 hours, over 1.3 crore in its first day alone. AI-driven tools like ASTR are eliminating fake mobile connections, reinforcing Bharat's strong cybersecurity foundation. To realize the UN's Early Warning for All initiative, India has deployed the indigenous CAP-based Sachet system for targeted alerts across the country. India's leadership is now global. At the India Mobile Congress 2024, 1.75 lakh people witnessed innovations in 6G, satellite and quantum communication. Hosting the World Telecommunication Standardization Assembly, India achieved record global participation and led 10 ITU study groups. Rising from rank 83 in 2014 to 49 in 2024 in the Network Readiness Index, Bharat's progress is now acknowledged worldwide. With our indigenous capabilities and affordable, trusted solutions, India stands ready to partner with the world in building a digital future.
Thank you. May I now invite Dr. Neeraj Mittal sir for the keynote address, sir.
So actually, I'm really keen to hear PSA, and I'm responsible for the delay, so I'll skip my chance. I'll request Dr. Sood to please. No, please. Thank you so much. Please.
Yeah, so I request the
I mean, I don't
chief
have much
guest
to.
PSA, please.
I was just saying in an earlier session, I said the osmotic pressure of knowledge is so high from that side to this side. I don't have really much to contribute in terms of knowledge, except that there is to be a lot of collaboration, which I think is evident here. So let's hear on the technical sides and aspects and how we are going to do it structurally. What are the various schemes under Government of India, which our PSA is, spearheading under the guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, as to how we can lead India into 6G. So may I request Dr. Sood.
Sir, welcome you, sir.
That puts extra pressure on me. So that's the good trick. Anyway, it's really a pleasure to be here. Dr. Neeraj Mittal and all the other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. This is really a gathering of experts, and I will just share some thoughts on this role of telecom sector in our Viksit Bharat. Yesterday we had the privilege of listening to inspiring words of our Honorable Prime Minister, where he really laid down the role of telecom in the Viksit Bharat, run to the Viksit Bharat in 2047, and also the thoughts of our Honorable Minister Jyotiraj Scindia ji. So it's very, very clear that telecom is at the core of progress of any country in general, but India in particular. So this telecom sector today is almost has, if you look at yesterday, some numbers were given, 1.178 billion wireless subscribers. So I'm repeating this number because it must hit us that it's a very large number when we compare with other countries. And in the age group of 15 to 30, almost 97% of the people use mobile phones, and many of them have the smartphones. So this mobile phone really is the behind the success story of JAM Trinity, namely Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and mobile. And this is really the basis for UPI based India stack. Now in this particular IMC 2025, we see that we are here when the technologies like 5G, 6G, AI, quantum computing, quantum communication are not just shaping new industries, but redefining how we live and how we work and how we create and how we innovate. All this is happening at this time when we are meeting in this IMC 2025. And these technologies which we are seeing around and in the exhibition, they are really the horizontal layers for evolutionary growth of all vertical sectors. So this is really a basis on which many, many things depend. So the pace of advancement we have seen in telecom sector, which is a really role model for many technologies, is truly unprecedented. And all of us know that it is vital for our system, whether it is research, whether it is entrepreneurship, whether it is manufacturing, regulation and skills. These have to keep pace with the rapid transformation which is happening in our country, and this is where we need to be very alert. So in this today morning, I have about few minutes, 7-8 minutes. I'll just briefly make 5 points which all of you know, but I thought it's better to put it on one place. And I have seen that nobody has been hurt irreparably by listening to something which you already know. So I thought with that it is just a re-emphasizing what you know, but it is good to see when we reiterate, it really sinks into us and we need to see. The first thing is that how do we take our participation to global scale in 6G innovation, and this is where Bharat 6G Alliance is poised to transform from being a technology user to becoming a technology provider. And we just saw in the presentation, there are many technologies which we need to do, many devices which we need to develop in India and manufacture. It is not just assembling the system, it is really making the devices. All of them will need R&D which will have to be taken at TRL 7, 8, 9, and this is what we need to see, how we really move the needle on this 6G innovation. And second one is strengthening the telecom value chain. Again, we have to see that we have the entire telecom value chain from R&D to standard settings to manufacturing to deep tech entrepreneurship and large scale sectoral adoption. All this we need to see, we have to strengthen the value chain. And the third one is policy strategy, synergies for innovation and productization. Again, government is actively promoting R&D in all sectors, but telecom sector in particular, and we have initiatives which we heard yesterday, TTDF, how it has supported indigenous R&D and pilot deployment of telecom technologies, which are also focusing on rural and remote connectivity. Now we have the Digital Bharat Nidhi, we have the TDF, all this they provide milestone based funding to startups, academia and industry for scaling solutions in 5G, 6G, IoT, M2M and rural broadband. Now here I will just mention 2 initiatives of government, and the one very path-breaking initiative which telecom sector should take advantage is the corpus, 1 lakh crore rupees corpus which has been created for those who are rupee challenged. It's about 12 billion US dollars. This is a funding, this is for the private sector. So this will be like a zero interest or the low interest rate and some amount of deep tech startup funds. This is not a grant, but it is a loan and some amount in equity based funding for deep tech startups. This is now announced and it will be rolled out probably very soon. We are hoping, we are working towards that. DST is putting all the things together. It will be under ANRF, Anusandhan National Research Foundation, and we hope it will be announced in maybe in coming few weeks, and ASTIC could be one way where we could be announcing, but it's not finalized. So all of you should be really seeing how this fund can be utilized, because this will be to the private sector R&D, not to the government sector, but you have to have partnership, how you will do it, and this is something going to be a path breaker. This is what I was telling Neeraj ji on the stage, that you should really see how you can use this fund for really taking R&D, let's say from TRL 4 onwards, to products development and marketing. So it has to contribute to the economy. So this is something which I thought we should take note of, and the recently announced component manufacturing product linked incentive almost to 24,000 crore. Again, it is for electronic components and the related things, and lot of it will also be applicable to the telecom sector. So I thought this TTDF, RDI corpus fund and other instruments which are now available like this component manufacturing PLI, they really should give impetus to this 6G rolling out and really indigenizing our design and as well as the manufacturing. So all this we hope that all the leaders here will take note of, and I am sure it will go a long way. And this is what will, the fourth point is IP competitiveness, because it is not going to be easy. It's a crowded roadmap, you will have to make way into it, and this is where once we do this high-end R&D, it will also lead to IP creation and standard setting. And of course, the fifth one, which is very obvious, is the global partnerships with the right partners and making sure that India is a player in this game. So I think with all this, I am very sure that this Bharat 6G Alliance will make a big difference. We will have the 6G at a scale where 4G is now. We saw what 4G has done, and I am sure in coming years with all of your participation from academia, a lot of you are here, from industry, from global partners, we will make a difference. And this is really the time when innovation can lead to transformation. And I wish you all the very best, and with the able leadership here on the dais and with our Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Ministers, I am very, very sure that all these schemes which I just briefly pointed out will make a difference in 6G rolling out, where we will not be only technology users, will also be technology providers. Wish you all the very best, and I really look forward to an enhanced scale of innovation in years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I think with the, we are very grateful for your kind presence here and the presence of Secretary Telecom. And sir, we have more than 40 invited foreign telecom, one can say standard and R&D experts from different part of the world, maybe more than 20 countries, and we will be having. So thank you all the persons on dais. With this, sir, we just thanks, and we'll come to next session, our next session. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, yeah, sir. have signed an MOU for exchanging the MOU jointly developing OTFS technology, which will be used for 6G. So I invite Keysight representative at Delhi to come on the stage and exchange their MOUs. This is something example of global collaborations when technology developed by IIT Delhi is being transferred to Keysight. So this is the, I think, first they are utilizing our platform for exchanging their MOUs, which is for the transfer of OTFS technology developed by IIT Delhi to Keysight. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, IIT Delhi, and thank you, Keysight. Thank you all. So now I request my next is. Thank you, thank you. So I request now let us begin the next session. That's the first secondary session by Professor Bhaskar Ramamurthy. Sir, may I now request Professor Bhaskar Ramamurthy along with his team, Professor Herald Haas, Dr. Osako Iwao, Dr. Magnus, Dr. Sus Datta, and naturally our chairman, Professor David Coyle Pillai, on the stage. And I request others to kindly take your seats. Please take your seats. And we are starting our first session. That is a structured session on discussion on 6G initiatives across US, UK, Japan, South Korea, Europe, and India. I am sure that our distinguished speaker, they will be sharing their R&D schemes in the different part of the world and how India can learn certain lessons. Let us begin with this. I think I just hand over to Astha. Dr. Astha, can you, sir, I think you can start, moderators. Sir, back to Professor Bhaskar. Sir, to you. We'll be just displaying their detailed bio brief we have. The moment you call it, it will be, yeah.
We can start?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Over to you.
Very good morning to all those who are here. Welcome to this Bharat 6G Symposium. We're very honored that so many distinguished speakers and participants have come for this symposium from all over the world. In fact, the very first session of this symposium, which is the panel on global 6G initiatives, has several key speakers from different parts of the world. I want to especially thank them for making the huge effort to travel all the way to be with us here today and share their deep insights and knowledge. As all of you are aware, there are several initiatives that are being spearheaded across the world in 6G, and in US, in UK, in Japan, South Korea, China, Europe, India. So we are privileged that today we have speakers representing many of these initiatives here. In particular, I want to welcome Professor Harold Haas, who represents Future Telecoms UK. Dr. Hosoko Iwao will tell us something about what the Japanese initiatives in 6G are from NICT Japan. Dr. Magnus Frodig, he is the Vice Chairman of the HexaX initiative that is forging ahead in Europe. Dr. Ashutosh Datta will tell us about IEEE's Future Networks effort in USA. And then Professor David Coyle Pillai, who is the chairperson of Bharat 6G Alliance and the Qualcomm Institute chair at IIT Madras, he will tell us about the Indian Bharat 6G initiative. as the moderator for this panel, I requested the distinguished speakers to take a few, about 8 or 10 minutes, tell us about the highlights of their the initiatives that they represent. But in particular, I requested them to focus on a few aspects, key aspects. One is, what do they see as the major focus of the 6G initiative from their point of view, from their perch? Is it speed? Is it the use cases, specific use cases that they are focusing on? Is it the new spectrum that that will maybe make a huge, expected to make a huge difference in the 6G initiative? Or is it new technology, AI, ML, or whatever it is, or combination of all these? So we all are, I presume, aware of where we are today in the world with 4G and 5G that is widely deployed. We also know where some of the things in which 5G did not quite lead to the expectations that we had, or the thoughts that may have driven it, because that's the nature of these things. You know, they are these new technologies. Some things work out even better than we anticipated. Some things don't work out quite the way that we anticipated. So, or they'll work out a little later than we thought for various reasons. So, the lessons or the trajectory of 5G as it's emerging today is clear in front of us. So, keeping all that in mind, what I would like our distinguished speakers, because they all have a very unique perspective on what's playing out and what will likely play out. So it will be very interesting to learn from them where they see the pivots happen or likely to happen for 6G, whether we will see AI ML actually make a huge difference, or we expect to see AI ML make a huge difference, or maybe a new network architecture, maybe the new semiconductor breakthroughs that might make some difference. So this is really what we are looking from this session. Get some insights maybe from the 5 or 6 experts that we have here on where 6G might actually have a departure from the trajectory that we have witnessed of the way 4G and 5G has gone. So with this request that I made to these 5 experts, let me go in the order in which they're listed in this schedule. No particular reason for this order except that it's printed here in that sequence. I now request Professor Harold Haas to take the floor first and share with us his perspective and perspective from UK on 6G roadmap and the initiatives that they are taking in future telecoms. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to basically start by really thanking Bharat 6G Alliance and the organizers for inviting me to this very esteemed panel this morning today on discussing very, very important topics. I'd like to really preface my talk by saying that it is really important that we collaborate internationally in 6G and beyond, because what we are doing is we are creating the nervous system that it should be available to all on the globe, and also we need to have a single nervous system to unlock its full potential. I think to that end, it's really, really important that we have come together and work on 6G. We know that every generation has its paradigm shift, and maybe at least every even generation has a paradigm shift, and maybe it's a paradigm shift of the 6th generation to go from bit streams to data and the meaning and the AI, and that creates a lot of interest in terms of how AI will unfold in standards and how AI will be changing the networks. Can I also take the opportunity today, when we talk about collaboration, say that India and the UK have been launching a new strategic R&D partnership to jointly develop 6G technologies, and this will be announced tomorrow. So please join the Indian-UK high-level panel at 4 p.m. tomorrow when the announcement will be made. Please give the marketplace event at 10 o'clock a.m. tomorrow morning as well the chance to join, where the opportunity arises for all shareholders and stakeholders in India and the UK to set the direction of this new, really important initiative of a joint collaboration, a joint center between India and the UK. So that a strong partnership between the two nations are really coming out through this partnership. So I'd like to then now briefly go into highlighting a little bit the activities in the UK and what the UK has done in the area of 6G. And to this end, I'd like to highlight that there's been about 75 million US pounds that have been developed, invested into 4 telecommunication hubs that are led by Cambridge, Oxford, Imperial and Bristol. And the hubs are brought together under an umbrella, which is the Federation, the Federated Telecoms Hubs, that has a major important objective, is namely to take the TRL3 research, the fundamental research in all of these hubs, and to translate it into commercial outcomes. And in fact, there are four major objectives within the Federation of the translation, is given on that slide. So it is on standardization. So we really want to make sure that all the research that's coming through these hubs has an impact in standardization. We work with industry partners in achieving that. And the second objective within a federation is to create commercial impact. So we have heard earlier by Professor Song what India does, and this is a similar matched activity by creating a patent pool, by creating proof of concept projects that take low TRL research into higher TRL prototypes and sort of commercial products. We have a joint activity on standardization, on marketing, and also on skills development. And when I say skills development, we want to develop in this federation skills beyond the pure technical skills, really develop entrepreneurial skills that take the translation, the outcomes, into real commercial success. So I briefly run now through the individual hubs, and all over the entire activity is sort of encompassing 27 UK leading universities. And you see them here on that map. I'm not going into those details, but you see a major national activity in bringing 6G research together. Some of the key outcomes over the last 2 years since the federation and the hubs have been established are shown on that slide. You see we have a very strong, as we expect, outcome on scientific papers. What we try to do within the federation to match that with IPR patent applications. So we want to, or have started, to introduce a culture change in the academic world by thinking patent before paper and translating the research into invention disclosures and hopefully eventually in patents, and patents then into standardization contributions and new spin-outs. This is the kind of achievements or strategy we've adopted. I'm not going into all of the details, but briefly about Titan. It's a hub I lead in Cambridge. It's the hub on network of networks, which basically brings together network intelligence, AI, radio comms, optical wireless comms, fiber, non-terrestrial networks, and quantum towards creating a unified single network for sort of creating resilient networks, creating secure networks, creating sustainable networks, and in fact, in some ways with AI, also self-healing networks in the future. There's the hub on Cheddar, which is led by my colleague Juni Mekhani in Imperial, looks at cloud computing, edge computing, with 3 pillars on human-centric and emerging system, and as well as sustainable systems. Some of the key directions this hub has taken is, for example, on going into verifiable AI. Everybody talks about AI, but the AIs need to be verifiable and need to be repeatable, and that's a theme that this hub develops in addition to integrated sensing and communications, which feed through this hub as well. The third hub is on more the physical layer side, is led by my colleague Dominic O'Brien in Oxford, and that looks at spectrum in a wider context. Spectrum in the radio world, but also looking at terahertz, sub-terahertz, across the domains of wired networks and wireless networks. And lastly, the fourth hub is a very important initiative on testbeds. It's a national infrastructure for experimentation, on network experimentation, led by my colleague Dimitra Simianotou in Bristol. It has developed 11 sort of what they call joiner nodes that are complete network nodes across all the layers, including RF, including optical switches, where really experimentation at scale could be carried out. And the plan is to have first 6G trials within this network running. The idea is as well to expand that infrastructure towards a non-terrestrial testbed. It's called the Space Lab. And there's also a national spectrum facility attached to this activity, the joint activity, where the idea is really to monitor and sense the spectrum use geographically in order then to develop policies and to how to use and share spectrum, because that is a very, very important way forward in looking at spectrum sub 8 gigahertz, which is sort of the answer to some of the questions you've raised in terms of what spectrum we are using. Joiner Hub has a number of research themes that you see here, onboarding new hardware, looking at AI, looking at spectrum, cloud edification, as well as AI as a service. Quickly about standardization, we have identified those key technologies that are really relevant in going into 6G and beyond, and have made a map of these technologies in terms of how do the hubs respond to these technologies. And you see the blue boxes here, and you see the numbers inside, and the numbers correspond to projects within those four hubs. And you see we have a strong focus on ISAC. We have a strong focus on AI, non-terrestrial networks as sustainable networks, and we've mapped this to 3GPP activities, and this is the working groups we are currently monitoring, we are currently actively engaging in order to bring UK technologies into the standards. That is about the federation, but there's more activities in the UK on 6G, and I want to mention the 5G, 6G IC Innovation Centre led by my colleague Rahim Zafarsoli, that sits here. It's been around for many, many years in helping shape generations of cellular communications through cellular, Wi-Fi, and importantly, the non-terrestrial networks. And this is an additional activity that goes alongside the federated hubs. And I also want to mention, it's important in this context here, my colleague Professor Parr sits here as well, is running the Future Networks Initiative, FNI, for a long time with Indian colleagues and trying to establish these partnerships, collaborations, with an important aspect on skill development as well, because they are crucial in driving jointly the way forward. Lastly, conclude, and I do apologize if I'm running over time, is we really want to, we are open, the UK is open, and I've said it at the beginning, to collaborate in important topics such as AI, non-terrestrial networks, optical, including quantum, and we hopefully jointly work on joint large-scale 6G trials, joint developments on standards, and also maybe jointly developing future commercial successes in 6G. And with this, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Haas, for a very crisp overview of the multifaceted efforts that are ongoing in the UK. We'll get the perspectives from all the speakers, and then we'll have enough time for Q&A. I now request Dr. Hosako Iwao to tell us what the 6G initiatives are in Japan, and I think you had the combined optical and wireless OWN in Japan sometime, yeah. So maybe we'll hear something about OWN also. So I now ask Dr. Osako Iwao to tell us.
Okay, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and also thank you very much for the many of the organizers of this event inviting me to hear about the discussion about the future R&D of 6C. And I would like to show some my slide. Okay, I'd like to talk about the firstly our funding scheme for the R&D of 6G in Japan. And we have started our activity at 2020 and preparing for some big part of the funding for the R&D of 6G, and we call it Beyond 5G. And in such cases, we preparing for the little bit huge money for the first step. Okay, could you go to the second slide? Okay, this one. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, thank you. And okay, so we have launched the time-limited fund at first in the 2021, and in such cases we provide really huge money, and in total 60 billion yen from 2020 to 2022. And then we established the permanent fund, we called it, and it was established in 2023. And after 2023, we provide at around about 167 billion yen up to now. And the scheme is coming, the money is coming from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication and to NICT, and NICT provides such kind of money to the companies and academias. And we have many of the projects at this moment. And also, in the 7G meeting in 2023 in Japan, which include a declaration of the 7G vision for the future networks in the beyond 5G and 6G. This is quite important visions for our researchers. We are thinking about to establish these visions. Okay. So now we, not only for our cases, but also many of the country and many of the researchers expecting the AI native society in the future, probably in the 2030s or something like that. And in such cases, we have many of the components, small AI components and huge AI components everywhere in the networks. Maybe in the core networks and radio access networks and also non-terrestrial networks. And such kind of society need to support a very huge traffic of the data. So it means that we are preparing for the support such kind of data traffic at first. So that's the reason why we are firstly involved in the development of all photonic networks. And we would like to use photonic technology into the future society. And also, we are thinking about some changes at radio access networks and also non-terrestrial networks. So we are concentrating on the 3 points. First one is all photonic networks. This is quite important. And this includes many of the data exchange between the data centers and also inside of the data centers and also the radio access networks. And also we are thinking about the non-terrestrial network. It's quite important. In the case of Japan, we are concentrating on the high altitude platform systems, HAPS, and also satellite communication systems. And in case of the HAPS, maybe you know that Japanese islands is very wrongly distributed, and it's a little bit difficult to cover by only the terrestrial networks. And also we have many of the ocean areas, so we would like to cover such kind of areas by using the hubs. And also, we are thinking about new radio network systems, and we are concentrating on the sub-6, and also would like to improve utilization of millimeter wave, and also would like to install standard systems. And also we are discussing about much more higher frequencies like terahertz, but at this moment it's probably in the, not the 6G, but it's also coming in the 7G or something like that. Okay, this chart shows the profile of our grant. Okay, just a moment. Okay, profile of our grant. And left-hand side is a profile of the time-limited fund, and right-hand side is the permanent fund schemes. So as you can see here, we are concentrating on the all-opportunity networks and also radio access networks. Okay. And also, NICT itself is a research institute, so we are conducting other activities. Starting from the Japan's vision, Society 5.0, which is a cyber-physical society, we are extracting the architecture of such kind of society. And here is, okay, anyway. And from the architecture, we pointed out 3 important points. And we are establishing 3 important POCs, proof of concept, which is listed in here. And now we would like to install these POCs to the some open innovation bridge, open innovation hubs. And we plan to open the open innovation hub very close to the Tokyo station, only 5 minutes walk from the Tokyo station, and it's connecting to our test beds. So we expect many of the researchers will have an interest to come to here and working together and create new technology or a new combination of technology to support the AI native societies. Okay, thank you very much for your kind attention. And if you are interested into our visions and also some time schedules, please go to this website. But this is only in Japanese, but recent technology can easily translate it into English or your native languages. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osako Iwao. I now request Dr. Magnus Frodig, who's the Vice Chair of HEXA-X of the European Initiative, to share with us the perspective that this European initiative has on 6G. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's a pleasure of being here and be able to talk to you about what we have done now on the research.
Dr. Magnus, you are quite tall, so please.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And the HEXA-X project 1 and 2 have now been finished, and based on that work and other research work, of course, I think we are starting now to see how the 6G will take shape and how it will look like and what kind of services, etc., that we will see around it. So let me share a little bit about where we are currently. So importantly, I think we are in this inflection point in the industry. We have been building mobile broadband. We have built that on 4G. We have used the first phase of 5G in order to enhance that, where we all have our mobile broadband subscription and we have sort of unlimited buckets, etc. Right now we want to shift that into something that you can get more value on top of that mobile broadband. In order to do that, we really, really need the mid-band, of course, but also then the standalone, so we can do the network slicing and network exposure out of the networks to transform this mobile broadband subscription type of offering into a platform. And if we do that, we are seeing, of course, that we already use cases that we already talk about today that will come on top of this platform, and we will be able to scale them to offer these new use cases in a massive way, right? So let me look a little bit on these use cases. And I don't think we need to invent new ones here. These are really just around the corner. We already see them partly, right? So part of it is the mixed reality, of course. Here I think the AI glasses will come first, and then we will move into more augmented reality type of glasses. Global connectivity with the satellites. We have the first versions already now combining with 5G. They will be fully integrated in the 6G timeframe. We are seeing how we are now communicating also with drones and other flying objects, etc. So, of course, that will also be key properties of this network. We are seeing how the mission-critical networks now are being shifted over to 5G networks, and that business is of significance already. Then we are introducing new capabilities in the 6G on top of that, so we can have this sensing capability and going into all of this spatial understanding, both sort of sensing environments, but of course also being part of new, more advanced services. Based on that, I think everybody is talking about digital twins, and here we can of course think about the digital twin of the network in itself in order to make it possible to have autonomous operation of networks. But of course all other objects, industries are also creating digital twins of whatever they would like to control. And then of course if you would like to have an updated digital twin, the things needs to be connected, you need to collect data and update your digital twin. I think this is the base also for the AI parts, right? So we will use AI in the network, of course, but it's of course a lot of AI agents that would need to communicate using sort of the 6G platform in order to coordinate the activities they are planning to do. So I think there is a lot of really, really strong use cases in front of us. Looking a few years ahead, of course, there will be more than this. We just don't have realized them yet, right? But we do have a significant part here. So what will 6G then bring? It will extend the end user benefits, so it will of course be faster, more responsive, but it also new support of these new device types, of course. And you will have the satellite connectivity included. There are, of course, key technology components that we are now bringing forward into standardization. I think one important thing is the uplink, downlink decoupling, where we are having the possibility to have downlink on the best frequency for downlink, and then we can take the uplink in order to use the lower bands very selectively for the most critical uplink services, for example. So this has great promise, I think. We will optimize further on the energy side. We will, of course, improve spectral efficiency. We will bring in new spectrum, etc. And based on this, then, we would really like then to have the enable new revenues. So I talked about scaling, so we would like to have these new use cases offered more massive to all subscribers. So it's important to get going, to get this traction on these things already now on 5G. And the most 5G advanced markets will of course be the ones that can take full advantage of 6G when it becomes available then 2030 and beyond. So talked about this platform. I think if you have a platform, you need to ask for services and you need to deliver services, typically through APIs. And of course, we would like to be able to receive requests for differentiated connectivity with specific characteristics. And then we will be able to configure the network, of course. It needs to be programmable in order to meet these different things in the different slices. And then from the slices, we will now, of course, verify that the ask was performed, and then we will send proof of that, and then you, of course, will need to pay extra using the network capabilities, right? Because it's important for the industry to be able to bring more revenues into the operators doing all the investments in the networks. But then we also see new sources of data. So it's not only just the communication between A and B, right? It's also the possibility of use sensing, so we can have a much richer information out of the network. Location, exact time, spatial understanding than from sensing. This can of course be delivered up through APIs. It can also be refined and delivering more advanced values up to application developers. So I think this is a fundamental of changing this into this platform instead of just communication links, right? Of course, in all new generations, the spectrum, the coordination with availability of new spectrum is always key, right? So, and we already have several different bands, right? But the centimeter, the upper 6 and then the 7 to 8, etc., is of course key. And in order to motivate investments in new networks, increasing the capacity, etc., of course, there needs to be new spectrum. And here I think all the different regions are of course struggling a little bit to get the right spectrum for 6G, but this is an ongoing process which is very, very important. So finally, we don't have standardized it yet, but I guess we have a feeling for how it could look like, right? And we do definitely see that we will improve on energy efficiency. We will make it even more leaner, so you can go into sleep modes, on lowering the energy consumption with low traffic loads. But also on the device side, with the wake-up receivers, etc., we can go even deeper in sleep mode there as well. The capacity has to be there, so new spectrum, of course, but also increased spectral efficiency. We need to bring up capacity. And I think we haven't fully utilized, of course, yet the AI capabilities, so we will see a lot of smaller AI models doing different things, enhancing performance, altogether bringing up sort of the spectral efficiency of these systems. Then I talked about the uplink. I think we can do things there, just simply coordinate control signaling, scheduling, and things. So these are in the works. And then this uplink, downlink, decoupling, really optimize the use the frequency bands in the most efficient way. I think it's super important. And then we have a little bit on location and sensing and these kind of things as well. So I think we are starting to see where we are going here, that there is already sort of ideas on how this system will look like. We can start to talk about what the potential is for the performance, etc. But of course, standardization just started. We are just starting up the study items. So it's a very, very interesting times now to see how this develops and get all of this innovation now into standards and into the new release here. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Frödig, for a very insightful presentation from HexaX. Now request Dr. Ashutosh Datta, representing Johns Hopkins University and also where he's working, and also IEEE Future Networks, to tell us the perspective from the United States. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. And this is my second Bharat 6G Symposium. I was here last year as well. I'm glad to be here. So I'll be focusing mostly on some of the 6G initiative that's happening within the United States. As you will know, whether it's 5G or 6G is an ecosystem. We cannot do it alone. We need to collaborate among each other. We need to develop new standards, build a new testbed, prototypes. Good. And at the same time, try to implement and make sure it actually works. If it doesn't work, go back and fix it and come back. And at the same time, we need to have use cases. That's important. So all these keeping in mind, I think every country is working together, which is a good thing, and Bharat 6G Symposium is an important platform to help enable that. So with that, let me just move on. I cannot see that. Okay. So I'd like to give some sample initiative that's going on, and I try to put them in a few different categories. One is the public-private partnership, university research, standards, testbeds. And there are many initiatives going on within the United States, and we are collaborating with other countries as well. The first two I highlighted, the National Science Foundation, and you can see it's a successful collaboration among the private industries, government, US government like DoD, NIST, DHS, at the same time other universities, and it has really led to a lot of fruitful collaboration. So there are two projects. One is the VINES project, which is the verticals for intelligent network systems. That means if you have this 5G, 6G coming up, how do you make sure where it can be applied? So this call for proposal, I think there are two projects, part one, part two. Part two was due, I think, September 25th. And there have been a lot of collaboration there. Prior to that, there was a RINGS project where you have to build a resilient system. So resilience is one of the pillars of 6G. So these two projects are very successful. In addition to that, the Spectrum X project, I neglected to mention that. Notre Dame University is Indiana. They are actually leading that. And then there are several university-led researchers, and I know Charles Clancy couldn't come. Folks in MITRE, there's a AI Win joint collaboration with companies like NVIDIA, Cisco, T-Mobile. Here is a good collaboration, University of Texas. 6G at UT Initiative, Jeff Andrews and folks. University of California, San Diego, 6GI, Native Communication Networks, New York University. Many of you have attended Ted Rappaport and Nokia. They have been doing this Brooklyn, used to be 5G Summit and 6G Summit. And finally, at Johns Hopkins University, we do help DSH and DoD, tactical and fast responder networks. We are doing a lot of research in this area. These are some sample examples. Then I'll come back to the standards, and I'll have some slides about that. ATIS Next G Alliance, just like we have TSDSI in India and ETSI in Europe, etc. So ATIS also has a roadmap from Next G Alliance. National Spectrum Consortium is another organization within the United States. They're looking into many of the 5G, 6G use cases. IEEE Future Networks, which I'm one of the founding co-chair. I also have Sudhir Dikshit here, one of our leader. We have been looking at some of the roadmaps, 5-year, 10-year, 15 years, how things are going to look like. We don't call it 5G, 6G, or 7G, but I know Dilip is also here, Dilip Krishnaswamy as well from CDOT. Then the Standards Association, were also coming up with new, they call it parts, like pre-standardization. So we have some new idea how Standards Association paves the way to take it to the standards. So these are some interesting opportunity where we can collaborate. And then I talk about test beds. I think many of my previous speakers, they spoke about test bed. This is the important thing. While you build the standards, build the technology, at the same time, we need to show how it works. So NSA Platform for Advanced Wireless Research, this has been a big successful collaboration. 5G, 6G innovation test bed that IEEE recently built. If you can go to D25 in Hall 1, we are making it open neutral test bed so people around the world, academic startup, they can get access, the students can get access, and in addition to taking the theory, they can really build hands-on experience. Open RAN, OTIC test beds, there are many of those. Open RAN Alliance within the United States, there are 5 or 6 different OTIC test beds where they can see how Open RAN can actually work and integrate with 6G code. NTIA test beds, the BID program, they also have a broadband initiative. Many of the universities like Accord, Valor, and DIS projects, they are working on it. So I'll just briefly flip through it just to give you an idea. This is the NSF VINES program, industry partners, Ericsson, Intel, Qualcomm, international partners like Finland, India, some of you are probably here, Japan, Sweden. There are federal partners like NIST, OUSD, Research and Education, and Department of Homeland Security. So this is a successful collaboration. The whole program's objective is to really look at the fundamental research and try to see how the 6G type technology can be applicable to different types of verticals like agriculture, health. So you should not be just telecom centric, right? That's the whole idea. So I think people are already collaborating it, like to see more of these kind of programs coming up. And Next G Alliance, and this started about 4 or 5 years back. Johns Hopkins is one of the contributing member. Again, if you look at the main objective, research initiative, development, manufacturing, readiness, standards leadership, market readiness, and finally also deployment. There are many reports coming up out of it. There are like 6 audacious goals, they call it, in terms of roadmap, technology, security, application, sustainability, among others. So these are the reports. I know there are probably few sessions. Amitabh might be talking later on more detail into 6G Next G Alliance, what we are doing there. IEEE Future Networks, this is something we started a few years back. And this is a technical community now. We do several different things. Future Network World Forum coming up in Bangalore next month. Connecting the unconnected. Sudhir and I have been doing a lot of work to address the digital divide, a lot of webinars, test beds. And most importantly, we are developing the roadmap, 3-year, 5-year, 10-year down the road, how things are going to look like. These are there are about 14 or 15 different working groups. And this is free, open to all. Anybody, any student, faculty, researcher can join and start contributing. The next edition of the roadmap is coming up. So, application security, testbed, millimeter wave, among others. So you can see energy efficiency, anything that we need to build a 6G ecosystem. Next one is testbed. I have 3 more slides. I finished. The testbed side, you see, this is one of the very successful public-private partnership, and there are 4 different testbed now. One at Powder, Salt Lake City, Cosmos, New York City at Columbia University, and Rutgers MinLab, Airport Research Triangle Park in North Carolina State. RI is the rural. So when people build some prototype, they can go there and try to do the scalability. We did that for Department of Homeland Security. We did some proof of concept in the lab, then we went to Cosmos and Utah to see how it can be done. So these are the kind of things we should be doing, not only do in the lab. I know in India there are many test beds being built, and I think it's very important. This is something I wanted to say. The IEEE 5G6 Innovation Testbed, I'm one of the co-chair. I'm very passionate about this. This gives a chance to do hands-on work of people around the world. You're a startup, big company, small company, academics. You can collaborate, and this become like a hub and spoke model. You can do things here, take different use case. At the same time, you can collaborate with others. So please try to take advantage of this. And there are many other partners we have. Some of them are also over here, a lot of open source as well. The last 2 slides, I wanted to talk about IEEE data port. This is a very interesting thing. Dr. Rakesh Kumar, he couldn't come. When we do, data is very important, right? So you need data, you can also export data. So IEEE data port is a very interesting platform where if you are doing, let's say, work on intelligent transportation system or 6G or agriculture, right? You can import data from this and run your experiment. Or if you have interesting data, you can export it, and all your data get archived, and they get also citation, just like your IEEE paper gets cited. These data somebody uses get citation. So I would urge people to take advantage of that. There is just 2 use cases I wanted to show here. National Institute of Technology, Meghalaya, and they did some air quality data set. So the reason I'm showing here, these are another tools what we have at our disposal, which we can take advantage of. And second one is Mizoram University, and this is around AI-driven crop recommended. This is for agriculture. So since 6G is not only focused on telecom only, there are many different verticals. I just wanted to show you what's happening in United States and how we can collaborate with other countries, other organizations. And I wanted to highlight several pillars. It is the collaboration, standards, testbed, proof of concept, and look at all the verticals. With that, I end my talk, and I'll be happy to talk to anybody after the talk, and I'll be here for 2 more days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashutosh Datta. Now we come to the last speaker. Bringing up the rear is Professor David Koilpillai, Chairman of the Bharat 6G Alliance. He's from IIT Madras. So David will tell us about the perspective that India is taking in their 6G initiative. Thank
Thank you, Professor Bhaskar. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to have this opportunity to share with you a brief glimpse at what the path to 6G looks like from an India perspective. I'll start with the three points that we are keeping in mind as we talk about 6G. One is ubiquitous coverage, second one is sustainability, and the aspects of affordability. So this is sort of woven into our discussions on 6G. The Bharat 6G Alliance has identified these as key functions that we need to address as we look at 6G, aspects of spectrum, devices, technology, applications and use cases, and sustainability. So these are how we are structured and how the work is progressing. And our input to the government at this point has indicated that there are three major focus that we have to look at. One is what we do in standards towards 6G, what we do in terms of R&D within the country and in collaboration, and what is the support that we need from the government in terms of policy. And along with the Telecom Standards Development Society of India, we have identified a number of areas where there is current technical activity within 3GPP and also interest within the country. So again, I have listed these layers. Probably in addition to the list on the left-hand side, you would probably see some points which were touched upon by my colleague, Professor Rohit, saying that we are also looking at developing components, modules, which are needed to support the ecosystem as we develop it within the country. And he also mentioned about how we will work with the hub and spoke model within the country. As mentioned, we are looking at a phased approach. The standardization in 3GPP has already started. ITU work is in progress. So we need to start the work right now. So that is phase one, where we're looking at R&D, looking at the pre-standards prototypes, and also some spectrum-related activity. This will lead to phase two and phase three when we get into the deployment stage. So as all of you are aware, we are very much in the thick of things as far as 3GPP is concerned, as far as the discussions for WRC 27 are concerned. So in that regard, the activities within India are also aligned that we are able to participate in these activities towards Release 20, Release 21, and also WRC 27. In terms of spectrum, India is in a good position. We have the entire band that will be discussed in WRC 27, starting all the way from 6.425 to 8.4. That band is of interest and is currently under discussion in India. We do have some incumbents, but the government is committed to ensuring that we have sufficient spectrum, both for the cellular technologies and also for the unlicensed. Both are being supported, and we believe that we are aligned with Europe and many other countries around the world. So we also are very happy to have a number of our international partners with whom we are discussing on the roadmaps for 6G, especially looking at the issues of spectrum. What are some of the use cases, because monetization is an important area, and we want to look at that and also look at some of the collaborations in the area of technology. So with that, let me summarize by saying this panel and this conference is coming at a very good time. We are very much in the race for contributing to in the 6G area, looking for definitely active interaction and collaboration with our partners, and always ready to share with you what is happening within the Indian ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. So I thank all the speakers for staying within the time limit. We started a little late, but I think we're catching up. Before I throw the hall open for questions, let me just quickly summarize a few points that I haven't been able to capture in the last 1 hour listening to all our experts on the dais. And just putting together a few highlights that I heard, and these are a mix from various speakers. I think I sort of also remember who said what. So I think from Dr. Frodig, we saw that we expect a doubling of the downlink speeds. I mean, that's what the target is, right? All right?
Yeah. Specifically,
I think with new spectrum and improved spectral efficiency, where the total capacity in both uplink and downlink would improve significantly. And I think we need to have a strong focus on this, because to utilize the spectrum assets in the best possible way. And going from these different generations, of course, we are using more and more of the technology, so it's getting more and more challenging, of course, to find these improvements. But I think we are on a good way of doing that.
Okay. I also heard from you that we can expect pretty good resolution with ISAC, maybe 3 meter or less, by the time it stabilizes and becomes.
Yeah, I think this will depend very much of the use case. And detecting drones then a little bit above the clutter is of course a very good first use case, and there I think, depending on the density of the networks and the frequency used, etc., is definitely possibilities to get very accurate. Then you have much more challenging use cases as well, and I think we need to deploy something, we need to learn, and then we need to gradually improve. So I see a journey in front of me here for the different releases of 6G, how we gradually will be able to improve and provide value in more and more advanced use cases.
So I did see a mention of digital twins on several presentations. I think Professor Haas mentioned it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, so did Dr. Osako, then Dr. Frodig. So digital twins, particularly massive digital twins, seem to be a focus in many, there seems to be a convergence among all the speakers. NTN, of course, satellite-based NTN is almost like a no-brainer, but I did see a specific deadline for the trials of HAPS-based NTN from Japan, 2026. So would you like to say something more about that, the HAPS-based NTN?
Yes. Yeah. For Japan, for the Japanese society, HAPS is more important because I already said that the coverage of the very huge areas of the ocean and also very small islands is quite important, and it's possibly to cover by the satellite system, but we would like to think about the HAPS system first. Yeah.
So 2026, you expect to have some trials?
Excuse me?
2026, you expect to have some trials?
2026, maybe the first demonstration will be done.
Okay. So we'll all look forward to that. Energy savings, of course, is holy grail for everybody mentioned it. And I'm sure there will be something that will come from all the initiatives. But one thing I would like everybody to do is to also, I want to say that we must look at the energy consumption in the context of per capita energy consumption in all our activities. And whatever numbers I have done, despite the huge increase in energy consumption, when you look at what is consumed in every tower, I think the per capita energy consumption in telecoms is still very small, a fraction of what we consume as a human being in all our sum total every day. So I wouldn't fret too much about it, but it is important to do whatever we can. Spectrum, I think I could see that underlying, everybody recognizes that as we go to the higher frequencies beyond 3 to 4 gigahertz, propagation and everything becomes harder. So with millimeter wave, we did have a reality check in 5G, and but there is going to be centimeter wave. That's the name that I saw today in Dr. Frodig's presentation, around 7 gigahertz. That also is not going to be a cakewalk. Particularly, I can tell you that in countries, tropical countries where you have during rain, where the raindrops are quite big, I think we have seen with satellite that even 6 gigahertz, goes through a dip goes through an extra loss. So I did see the idea of delinking the uplink and downlink spectrum, so that the downlink probably doesn't have to deal with as much of the higher spectrum losses due to higher spectrum, because downlink is power limited. I'm sorry, uplink is power limited. And so that idea, is it something that we're going to see in 6G, sir? Dr. Frodig, I saw it in your presentation, delinking of uplink and downlink.
Yeah, I think this is one of the key flexibilities that we are introducing now, going from 5G to 6G, and that really requires this shift to a new generation in order to decouple uplink and downlink, because that affects all the protocols, etc., right? So in order to have that flexibility, I think we can use the combination of the spectrum assets in a more flexible way.
But do you actually see a reallocation of more uplink spectrum in the lower frequencies than what is there today? I mean, traditionally, uplinks have always had less, I mean, in the FDD they were all equal, but in the TDD case, the uplinks have always had less spectrum.
Yeah, so I definitely see that the new services that we see in front of us with AI glasses, etc., they will send more in the uplink. And in order to get the responsive experience as a user of these classes and get the responses in sort of real time, you need to have a better uplink. And then of course, if you then can use your uplink resources in a more flexible way, that will sort of increase the total performance of the network. And typically then, since you are power limited uplink, you would put more uplink on the lower frequencies.
On that topic, one last question, related question. In TDD, of course, we get tied up completely with the requirement for coordination among all the users, all the operators on the uplink-downlink ratio and the synchronization. But on FDD, do you think we can get to the point where even the direction of the link, whether it's uplink or downlink, is left to the operator, or do you think we'll still have to have coordination?
Yeah, I think the main coordination is needed for the downlink resources between the macro base station that do have line of sight. So that needs to be taken into account, of course. But then uplink, you might have more flexibility to schedule.
We also heard from both Professor Haas and from Dr. Sacco about this, about the focus on optical and quantum computing, and also networks, and also all photonic networks. So would you like to say something about that? Because we saw from both of you.
I think in the context of non-terrestrial networks, the optical spectrum is, in my view, quite important. And we see, for example, with Starlink, they already have satellite-to-satellite communications in using optical domain.
Free space.
Free space optical domain. And the same applies for satellite to ground. If you mentioned sort of the resilience, you can't rely on a single link because you have atmospheric effects. So that's why it's good to look at wider spectrum in terms of getting spectral diversity into the system. And then also in terms of terrestrial networks, you've seen companies like Tara looking free space optical communications to connect the unconnected in a terrestrial way, building fixed point-to-point communication links. So although it's not within the standardization bands, the optical domain, but we'll see more optical systems coming into our spheres. And personally, I mean, you know, I've been doing a lot of work on Wi-Fi, and we are looking at sort of terabit Wi-Fi indoor access networks, utilizing that huge unallocated or unregulated spectrum in the optical domain.
Yeah, I think given your pioneering work in Wi-Fi, there's no doubt that for indoor communications and so on, free space optics has really a lot of promise. But on the somewhat longer distance outdoor, we've been hearing about free space optics for decades. So because there's a cost issue, there's a complexity issue, deployment simplicity issue.
I think it's more a commercial issue. If you look at the attenuation, you have a very positive window, so sub 10 gigahertz. But then if you look at beyond 10 gigahertz to sort of tens of terahertz, you see a lot of attenuation, especially in sub-terahertz in the spectrum. So the attenuation goes down to 0.1 dB per kilometer again in the optical domain. So it's a very nice window to use optical spectrum for free space communications. Of course, you have to deal with the turbulence effects, with the atmospheric effects, but that is achievable, and there's a lot of research on sort of optical MIMO systems as well. So these are technical solutions. And I think there's a great market for that.
Good.
technology.
I'm glad to hear that there's that we can look forward to some new breakthroughs there. Dr. Iwa Hosako, what about these all photonic networks? Because I think your OWN forum was actually the first to push this very hard.
Yes, and from the many of the aspects, the all optical network has many advantages over the electrical connections. So that's the reason why we are concentrating on that. Because of the capacity and also energy efficiency and more suitable for the short-range connections for the inside of the data center and the data center between the data center connections. So that will support the AI-based, AI-native society in the future. That is quite important. And also many of the optical connection in the space connection by optical space connection also probably very useful because it's relatively depending on separating on the radio frequency loss. So we can utilize such kind of optical connection in the in any of the opportunities inside of the building or outside of the building. So that's the reason why we are concentrating.
Professor Datta is fixed wireless access. Of course, we heard this also being mentioned by Dr. Frodig, but or maybe it was, yeah, I think it was him. Is it something that's a lot of, I hear a lot of interest in the US because of the use case or need?
So that's kind of the low-hanging fruit anyway, right? We got to tackle that. That's obviously the most popular thing. If you think about whole mobility and things are still being worked out, if you're handing over from one cell tower to another cell tower, how do you optimize your security and mobility? And at the same time, if you think about 6G, ubiquitous connectivity is another big pillar. When you are moving from cell to Wi-Fi to satellite, I think the whole NTN and terrestrial integration is so important. I personally did work in a Department of Homeland Security project where if you have a priority on cell and something happened to the cell tower, you move to Wi-Fi, how do you still maintain the same quality of service, same priority? I think that seamless connectivity is important. So while fixed wireless, obviously to get the maximum bandwidth, but at the same time, how do you make sure you get similar quality of service as you move around? I think that's the interesting research challenge we should be tackling.
Okay. I think we're ready to take questions. So we'll start with our lady here in the first row. Please, can they get a microphone? Asta, can you get a microphone there?
Yes. You can come from here.
Hello. Wonderful panel, thank you very much, very interesting topic. So my name is Meri Helle, I'm a semiconductor entrepreneur, I come from Finland. Yes, I worked for a short while at Nokia in the past, but we are working with microelectronics manufacturing in the RF components. So have any thoughts about the availability of RF components, and especially for telecom infrastructure? So I'm sure Qualcomm's and Broadcom's get it all right for the mobile devices where the volumes are, but how about developing RF components, filters, switches, amplifiers, antenna tuners, and also passive components? So what are your views, and especially how could we collaborate with US, Europe, India, Japan to bring these components to the markets?
Before I ask any of the panelists if they have thoughts on this, I want to share with her that tomorrow at 1:45 there's a session on semiconductor advancements for 6G readiness. Okay, but does anybody have anything to say today? Yeah. David?
I would definitely echo the sentiment that the components ecosystem really needs to be built up. That is one of the focus areas from within on the Indian side, and my colleague Professor Rohit will be able to add some more information. We are in the process of identifying who are the players in this area. It's a field that is coming up, but we feel that it's an extremely important area. Thank you.
I'd like to add one thing to the, sorry, Amita. I want to say that NIST, the CHIPS Act in the United States, since you mentioned, obviously it's going to be renamed, but that's still an initiative where we can collaborate on that.
Yeah.
I think it's an important question, and in the UK we're looking at new materials, gallium nitride-based power amplifiers, also for the solar hardening. So when you think about satellite communications, it's an area there's a lot of work in the UK. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you to the esteemed panelists. I have a two-part question. The first question is that the US MNOs want to deploy 6G in the existing grid and existing 5G grid, right? And to do that, you see, they want to exploit the uplink coverage, so they want uplink coverage, extreme MIMO in the 7 gigahertz band, energy efficiency in AI native, what Magnus mentioned. The question is that with the latest bill in the US, this is US question, one big beautiful bill, you see, you have 800 megahertz of spectrum, but the spectrum is fragmented, right? So you don't have in the 7 gigahertz spectrum 400 megahertz per operator. You get only probably at the best 50 megahertz per operator. So how do you handle this fragmented spectrum where you have spectrum in the 2.7 to 2.9 in the C band and in the 7 gigahertz band for 6G so that each operator gets more than 400 megahertz?
During their presentations, we did hear about, I did hear about AI/ML for spectrum sharing. I heard from somebody, and intelligent spectrum sharing and so on. So maybe, I think it was you, Dr. Frodik, maybe, or you can try to take the answer. Then, and Dr.
We all
Dattaka.
spoke about AI to some extent. That's true.
Yeah.
There are 2 or 3 initiatives.
So go ahead. Then I think Dr.
No, the
Frodik.
Spectrum X, I was talking about Spectrum X and MITRE guys, they're doing this AI stuff, I think. Those are the 2 initiatives that come to mind.
Dr. Frodik, please.
Of course, I think it's important with the spectrum sharing, right? So you can introduce 6G in already deployed 5G bands and then gradually switch over to 6G as you get more and more traffic. So the spectrum sharing will of course be a key property of the new standard. And we need to do that much more efficiently than we did from 4G to 5G. So that's of course one thing. Then the spectrum is still equally fragmented, of course. So I think we are still sort of working on getting primary spectrum. That is the best, and that's the sort of the first option for us. Then of course we need to look at how we can use secondary spectrum as well. And then you get into those different AI methods in order to understand the availability and how you can coexist with other services. So I think we need to be prepared to look at all of these opportunities.
I have one, I have one related question, derived question. Just a thought experiment. If we were to press the reset button and start all over again, and if we had all the money and all that, and we could do it very quickly, if we could lay out completely new wireless networks, and all the spectrum that's already been assigned, just that, no new spectrum, from 700 all the way up, if it was continue to be available, would we do it very differently? Will a new net, using all the bands that have been allocated for mobile communications, if they was continue to be available, but we could completely redo the networks, would the way the spectrum be used be very different? The various bands? Any ideas on that? Have anybody thought about that? I mean, would all the lower frequencies be given much more for uplink, and then would something like that be done? Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's a difficult question because the mobile networks emerged from mobile telephony, which by nature is symmetric, to mobile data networks, which by nature is asymmetric. In the past, we have more downlink heavy load. Now we see more uplink heavy load. I guess one of the key advantages of TDD is exactly the time division duplex, is to be flexible in the uplink downlink assignment, and probably it would be good to use systems more on a TDD mode, but then you need to coordinate interference, and that is where AI can come in and do it intelligently, because spectrum is not always used around a country all at the same time in the same way, and if you know how it is used, you can do more intelligent spectrum sharing.
My questions are pretty broad, so just wanted to understand that if one is implementing 6G, how much of 5G infrastructure is getting used over there? How much would be the incremental capex or we will be just upgrading 5G to 6G, or it will be totally new capex? That's one. Second, building on his question, if we say 6G has to be thought totally differently, say AI first. So AI is first and then everything is built on top of that. So how much of AI is being used in 6G?
Would like to,
Yeah, I can start.
because you'd like all more capex, I presume, but
Yeah, but we also need to be, of course, what the industry can afford. So the migration is, of course, a key part, and I think we do need to go to new spectrum. And if you go to new spectrum, you need new antennas, new radios. So there obviously will be additional equipment needed. Then, of course, the expectations on data rate and performance, that could be partly, of course, handled on existing infrastructure. But gradually, of course, that also needs to be replaced. So I think we will try to offer a smooth migration, but still sort of put the bar high in order to reach the performance requirements, not only in 2030, but in 2035. So it's very, very difficult to say what that will look like in 10 years.
yes.
So I'd like to just, I'm sorry, go ahead. Magnus? Okay. Can I speak? Okay, I'll be brief just to answer. I mean, I used to work for AT&T before I joined Johns Hopkins, so we have seen the whole transition of 4G to 5G, even the whole virtualization, slicing, etc. And I was in the 6G workshop in Korea, kickoff, and they said, okay, when you go to 6G, there is no standalone. I mean, in 5G, you have a 5G standalone, non-standalone, right? So they say, okay, we just go for 6G standalone. That means we'll be building everything native 6G, and maybe AI for network for AI, embedded AI agents, inter-agentic communication. So this is how 6G is looking into, right? So from the get-go, just go 6G. I just wanted, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, CapEx, OpEx, obviously we have to keep that in mind. Obviously we have to do economic analysis there, yeah.
Most of the operators have a replacement cycle, so they would probably looking to merge this with that, I think.
I think it's a very, very important question, and I think there's a lot of value in current networks to increase the value with things like AI you've mentioned, but there's also challenges coming with that. For example, a data pipe in Tokyo is the same as a data pipe in the US, but an AI model in Tokyo might be different to an AI model, training data for the AI model in the US. So the question really is to have this sort of idea of a global network where AIs are trained in a different way. How do we make sure that we have a global single network? And that's, in my view, the challenge if you think about this added value of AI. Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Parr? Yeah, I'll come.
Yeah, thanks, Oscar. And just a term to the panel, if I could. Gerard Parr from UK IFNI project. A term that hasn't been mentioned is cybersecurity. So as we look at the integration of all the optics, cellular, mobile, subsea, satellite, who is responsible for maintaining the security of these integrated networks?
I can briefly talk about, I used to open Chief Security Office at AT&T. As you mentioned, I know we didn't put too much discussion about cybersecurity. Security monitoring, universal monitoring at different over the RAN, core, edge, and having the ability to correlate if there is an attack coming from somewhere, right? From where it is coming, what the IP, IMC, IP address, all those. Again, when I mentioned about Department of Homeland Security project, one project I was involved to look into those, right? So each organization, each operator, they have their own security requirement, but you have to follow some sort of a recommendation, either national recommendation or things like NIST. I was talking to a gentleman this morning from India, Department of Telecommunication. They are doing the certification. So, and each access may have a different access. So we have to look into those and come up with some kind of a centralized monitoring, getting the data from different parts of the network and correlate that. Control plane, data plane, denial of service attack, man-in-the-middle attack. I mean, you have to build the whole threat taxonomy, come up with a mitigation technique, and do see what mitigation technique can work, what doesn't work.
Yeah, I would like to compliment a little bit. I think it's very much an ecosystem here. I think vendors like Ericsson and we will of course work in our capabilities in standards in order to increase the security, the robustness of the systems. But then it needs to be deployed in the right way. You need to have, of course, security monitoring. You need to do the applications in the right way, etc., etc. So it's really a end-to-end and ecosystem challenge, I would say.
I think we'll try to wind up in 5 minutes, so quick question, two of you.
Yeah, I'm Dr. V.N. Sastry from IDRBT. We work on the 5G use cases for the banking sector and also looking forward for the 6G. But my question is, what are your thoughts on the migration path from the device point of view, from the services point of view? Because what is most important is how the 3 billion customers, when they migrate to 6G, do they have to throw their devices and purchase new devices, or is there any thoughts which they can use just by replacing some components or some services only with the affordability that they can have?
Yeah, I think migration path will probably be very similar to what has been adopted from 4G to 5G, but
Yeah, I agree. I think when the standards are ready and we will gradually see then chipsets out of the Qualcomm and the like, and these will then gradually then be 6G ready. And then while you are using these devices, the infrastructure will be built out, and then gradually you can use the new 6G capabilities. And of course, if there are huge benefits that you see that you as a subscriber would like to be part of new services where 6G is needed, then of course at some point you need to get the 6G capable device. I think the 5G devices will continue to work on the 5G level, right? But they cannot be software upgraded to fully use the 6G. So I think you gradually need to shift out and shift in the new devices. But it doesn't need to be overnight. I think we will build up that fleet of devices when you anyhow would like to buy a new device.
the last question, please, because we have to wind up.
Yeah.
30.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Pradyumna Kumar Patra from NIST University. It is not my question, it is a request. My request is, let's say we are talking about industry 4.0 or 5. In future point of view, where if we talk about this application part, then a lot of struggle we have till now in India to get the spectrum. The private 5G network is concerned, or application is concerned, or industrial automation is concerned. When one organization is going to install some use cases, in that organization, a lot of, from spectrum point of view, they have struggling a lot. So my request is, why kind of US CBRS spectrum band, how they are getting the free of cost. So that kind of band, if in India can be included as a industry application, that would be a means one milestone achievement for the.
Thank you, David. I think you are chair of the working group. He's talking about the difficulty of getting spectrum for private networks.
Yeah.
And
I
whether
think it is a topic under discussion in DOT, and they are actually considering the dedicated band for that. So that's something that may be resolved very, very soon. And we have experts from WPC in the audience, and I'm sure you'll be able to get a but it is a topic of discussion. It's recognized as a need, and it is being addressed within India.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
I know that there may be others who have questions to ask, but I think we just have to wind up. We had the luxury of eating into the networking and lunch break, but we can't push this too far. So I want to first thank all the panelists for being so generous with their time and willing to sit here beyond the scheduled time slot, and for all the insights. At least I learned a lot from many of these presentations. I tried to jot down what I learned and share it with you. So I want to thank Ashutosh, David, Magnus, Dr. Sako, and Professor Haas, and all the audience for being so enthusiastic. So thank you very much on behalf of Bharat 6G Alliance. I commend you to lunch and the next session. Thank you.
Okay.
For that, hand it over.
So thank you, Professor Bhaskar Ramamurthy, sir. I will request moderator to present a token of appreciation to each panelist, starting from the first panelist, Professor Harold Haas. Please, quick round of applause. Next is Dr. Hosako from NICT Japan. We have Dr. Magnus. Dr. Ashutosh Datta. I invite Professor David Kolpillai. And I request our chairman, Dr. David, to please present our memento to our moderator's chair, sir. Okay, thank you all. And I request you all to join us in the networking dinner.
have session moderator Mr. Robert Ravi, CMD, and a good colleague here. So if all are, I think, panelists are here, then can I start the session or you have some time? So if anyone, I think, is not here, he can join subsequently. So if you all, should I start immediately or? Thank you. Yeah, so I think let us start the session 2, that is industry leaders panel, key 6G use cases. So I am honored to have with us Mr. Robert Ravi, Chairman Managing Director, Bharat 6G Alliance. I think with a big hand of applause, please welcome him. We have Mr. Ayush Bhatnagar. Mr. Ayush, are you here? So I think if he is not, then he will be joining subsequently. Mr. Sachin Mehta, Airtel. Welcome you, sir. Mr. Dilip Krishnaswamy, in place of Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, Mr. Dilip Krishnaswamy, Director of CDOT, is here. So welcome. Mr. Jayanta Day from HFCL, the another company, they are doing lot of pioneering work in India. Welcome you, sir. Dr. Magnus our Bring from Ericsson, our old friend, please welcome. Dr. Anita Dollar, NGMN Alliance, I think, welcome. I thought I was searching. Please come. And Mr. Charles Santhosam, NVIDIA. Welcome you, and we are expecting a lot from NVIDIA for India, and then we have to take it to world from India. So with this, I think let me hand over this session to the moderator or chair of this session, Mr. Robert Ravi. So sir, it's open to you to completely run this session. Yeah, can someone give the mics here? And all be agree, because there will be certain questions and answers. So mic persons, someone be at the back also, because please give the mics right now on the dais, and subsequently you be ready for the question during questions answer sessions at the last. Someone back should support it. And I request the moment Mr. Ayush Bhatnagar joins. Sir, I think can you just see? So we will be doing the moment you call any name, their biodata will display on the screen. So as its moderator, you do not, introduce the panel. That is already displayed.
Good afternoon. I think thank you, Rajat. I think it's a very, very wonderful session again. To be back on the 6G stage, we have been closely working on the 6G era, probably more than 6-7 months before joining in BSNL. So good to be again in the good steps of 6G. Now, today's session, I think, are really honored to have the round expert speakers along with us who will be speaking on various aspects. There's no doubt when we talk about 6G, though the technology keeps evolving, the way, what type of spectrum is required, what is the bandwidth required, what is extra effort is required in 6G, etc. It is more the important, parallelly, the use cases of each of these needs to be evolving on its own. Any technology that has its use case parallelly evolved, when the standards and the technology comes in, becomes an easy winner. So with 6G, a focus area with the government of India also, we are all more keen and eager to try out even some of the 6G areas of what is a step towards 6G use cases also. There's no harm in trying out such areas. So in this context, I think this panel discussion on 6G use cases is a very, very important. I think I request the panelists round, maybe you take few minutes, maybe 5-6 minutes, either a presentation or in form of a talk. You can quickly explain us what do you think are the key killer applications do you think that is really going to change, that is something different from what is not available in 5G. What is so different? And we always think about and we always talk about guided vehicle, automated vehicles, hepatic surgeries. Really these sub 10 millisecond latency, is it really possible? What are the challenges facing us today? So if I would request the panelists to take a few thoughts on these points and come back and tell us what is the way forward for a country like India instead of going a number of use cases. Can we choose a particular area or a particular field? Maybe the government is also willing to spend maybe a few hundred crores on a particular project. If it is successful, we can take this forward. With these few words, may I call upon, maybe from my right, Sachin Mehta. I think we are the Hattel. I think you're having a lot of experience in radio planning, optimization. I'm very sure you'll be able to throw some insights on it. So on to you, Sachin.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think we are all awake, had a good lunch, and I think as rightly pointed out by Ravi sir that we keep hearing about number of Gs adding up. What value 6G brings in? Is it one more G or there is something beyond the broadband connectivity or the speeds which we are talking about? I think I will give you, I have my esteemed colleagues from NVIDIA, HFCL, and from consulting firms. So I'm pretty sure that we have a good industry representation, and by this session, I think we will have a clear view as to how as an industry we are evolving towards the 6G evolution in next couple of years. I will just run you quickly through my slides. I think the key messages and a better understanding to place that, you know, while the overall ecosystem is driving 6G, but more from an operator perspective, that what are the key challenges we want to solve, what are the enablers, what an operator needs from an overall 6G evolution perspective, so that the requirement is placed, and that is how as an industry consortium we evolve towards a deployable 6G, where we have a usable, monetizable use cases around, and it doesn't like continue like the 5G slow pitch which we are seeing today. So thank you very much. Honored to be here, and I'll start my session quickly. Okay. Overall, 6G vision, if I speak about, 6G vision is more about, you know, accelerating human, physical, digital interface. This is where 6G will evolve, harnessing full potential of AI native. We have AI RAN, we are doing different trials today also in our AI RAN, but when we are talking from 6G perspective, it should be integrated, AI native, default embedded. We are looking at least, you know, 50% of our energy reduction from a sustainability point of view, with almost, you know, 10 to 20% of capacity gains as we move forward. Security becomes a very, very important aspect as we move to 6G. You know, and that is where I think the quantum, this is AI in quantum era, where we will have to look at how to handle security, how to handle quantum crypto in this era of security. And last is, I think, exploring new use cases, frontiers in terms of how this overall ecosystem evolves. I will put up a telco expectations from 5G because I have all the colleagues, you know, we have requirements of chipsets, affordable chipsets, modem sensors to drive this ecosystem. So from an operator perspective, I'm just trying to put up the clear expectations, what we think. 6G as a overall should deliver beyond speed. It's no more about better speeds. It is about enabling, unlocking new values about, as I told you, about human, physical, digital interlock. There should be, we should think beyond connectivity. It is about monetization beyond the connectivity. Today, as we speak in 5G, it is more of better speeds, but the actual monetization is yet to happen, rather than some little bit of broadband which we have seen of late. 6G should be software defined on the existing deployments. It should not bring up, like when 5G SA was introduced, we had almost 7 to 8 new core nodes coming in. And this is where time to market got delayed. So 6G should be expandable on the current 5G deployable inventories which are already available. We should reduce carbon footprint, as I told you, around 50%, targeting 50% carbon footprint reduction for a sustainable go green from day one. Obviously, since it is higher midband, wide midband frequencies, though coverage limitations with higher frequencies are expected. We expect that it should come up with a better propagation models, coverage reach, while also adding up capacity, which any which ways will happen because of new spectrums coming up, higher bandwidths up to 1000 megahertz. But coverage remains a bigger challenge to solve as we go towards the higher midband frequencies. So from an operator perspective, I think the value comes in when as the complete ecosystem drives these pointers as an industry to help us achieve the 6G milestones, what today we are talking about. The enablers, if I quickly speak about that, what are the quick enablers? Of course, spectrum, we are expecting mid-band spectrum coming up in 6 to 15G. Interoperability between different vendors, this continues to be a challenge. Even today, there is no interoperability, the adapters are locked. It should open up completely, and it should, the innovation should explode with ubiquitous connectivities between different OEMs coming up. Security by design, it should be zero trust. The system should be automated enough to handle quantum resilient security frameworks. The interfaces should be open and programmable. It should not be closed interfaces where the innovation gets blocked. And obviously, it has to be AI native end-to-end across RAN, core, transport ecosystem completely. The networks needs to be self-healing, self-optimizing. These are the enablers, I think, which will help push 6G faster. The key, from monetization perspective, the key use cases which will possibly unleash the value of 6G coming in is, obviously, it will bring in immersive experience, holographic communication, extended reality. All of this is going to be a reality in another couple of years as we have devices ecosystem building up. Ubiquitous connectivity is about existence of NTN, satellite and terrestrial networks together. It is about universal access of networks everywhere as we go. Digital twins which will help us from an industrial perspective in terms of how we will be able to track our equipments, manufacturing, smart manufacturing. I think one of the biggest value which we see is integrated communication and sensing, which will enormously unlock the monetization use cases from 6G perspective. IoT applications, smart port manufacturing is the value which we see which will bring us commercial ROI. Coming back in terms of how do we summarize top 5 expectations from telco perspective, 6G must be software plugin. It should not bring up the complete scale of the new set of equipments coming. It should be faster time to market. The deployment should be pretty industry specific rather than ubiquitous deployments as we have seen in 5G. 5G is scaled up ubiquitously without actual industrial use cases coming in. But 6G from our operator's perspective view is that it should have a specific industrial use cases to deploy. It should open up new monetization opportunities, should help operators yield the commercial values coming out of it. As I told you, sustenance is very important. Go green, carbon footprint should reduce. AI native architecture should be embedded by day one. And then the open interfaces and interoperability. I think these are the key expectations from telco perspective where the entire ecosystem has to evolve together in terms of unleashing 6G values.
Thank you, Sachin. I think there was clearly summarized question from our telco, but how far is going to actually work on the actual integrities. We can go around and then probably come back
Yeah,
again.
yeah, sure. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
And I will be open to question answers once
Yes.
the panel.
I think the telcos put in their points of what is expected. Now we'll have to hear from the other panelists. I think next I request Dr. Anita, I think good experience of working with vendors, operators, even the society, how this technology should really be useful for the technology, for the society as such. Can you throw some more light? What exactly are the use cases? Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Does it work? Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. Good afternoon. So thank you very much, Sachin, for this brilliant introduction, because I'm here representing the NGMN Alliance, Next Generation Mobile Networks Alliance. And NGMN Alliance is operator-driven, and I guess it's not a coincidence that our messages and statement are very much aligned with what Sachin just presented. The NGMN Alliance is operator-driven, exists already since almost 20 years. It was vital in defining 4G, 5G, and of course we started to work on 6G already a number of years ago. Currently, we do have around 20 operators. It's a global alliance, so spanning really across the different global regions, and around 50 vendors and academic institutes. So typically we work together, even though only mobile network operators are full members of NGMN. So since some years we started already to work on the 3 pillars, and by purpose in any presentations I am delivering about 6G, I mentioned those 3 pillars because 6G will be built upon the flexible architecture we are introducing right now with 5G, with the disaggregated networks, with cloud-native networks, and of course also sustainability. So energy efficiency and other aspects of sustainability play a big role also in moving forward to 6G requirements. So naturally the 3rd pillar is 6G. So as mentioned, we started already in 2020 to build the first positions on 6G. In 23, we released the first publication about use cases, because naturally, of course, it is felt as an industry we should not start from the technology. We should start from the market demand and start from what would be a real value add compared to 5G, delivering 6G. And we grouped the use cases into 4 families. We also already 2 years ago started to analyze which of the use cases most likely can be delivered with 5G and what is really necessary on top of the fully rolled out 5G solutions to deliver those use cases. And clearly, of course, there will be use cases which will need different technologies. Isaac was mentioned already with immersive reality, with AI. Of course, there will be new demands with regards to the uplink, with regards to capacity of networks. But the main message we would like to transfer is we always need to have the customer in mind. So being it B2B, so manufacturing industries, vertical industries, or consumers, of course we need to deliver value to our customers. And therefore, the position right now is that whilst we continue to work on network evolution and the use cases are very much aligned with 3GPP, so we contribute to 3GPP, we feel, so the community feels that it's very hard to predict very specific use cases, at least in markets which are saturated. I understand that we are now in India, and it's one of the markets which is not saturated and has a high capacity demand. So of course we have different requirements in the different regions globally, and this is one, I would say, opportunity and challenge to move forward together, because we will need, and that's what we strongly believe in NGMN, we need to achieve global standards if we want to ensure affordability, interoperability, and continue the success of our industry. So long story short, yes, we work on use cases, we work on the next network evolution requirements on NGMN. We are now assessing the impact of AI, not really surprisingly, the impact of AI possibly on the traffic modeling, so that's a big question mark. I don't think that we can 100% predict as an industry what exactly the traffic demand and uplink demand will look like in the future, but we need to start working on it now. We also start to work on migration scenarios, because one of the main requirements is that 6G should be backwards compatible with 5G, so it should be built upon 5G, and that hardware upgrades should not be mandatory, or if there will be hardware upgrades, then we need a clear justification, either with regards to new use cases support, capacity support, energy efficiency support, or even also simplification of networks and operations, because that's another big challenge in the operator community, the complexity of managing different generations, of managing the networks we have right now in place, and network simplification, operational simplification is another strong requirement from our side. If you are interested, you can download, of course, all the publications we made from our website. And last but not least, I'm inviting every company who is part of the mobile network ecosystem and not yet an NGMN to join our efforts, because only together I think we can achieve global standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was, I think, it's good initially insights into what, from the alliance point of view, but that's very important, because unless we work together, we will not be able to reach what is the expectation of the operator as well as the user as well as the society. Now I think maybe request to Magnus from Ericsson to share his thoughts on it, whatever I asked the questions about. What do you think should be the key thing that is required in a use case scenario of 6G?
Okay, thank you. And allow me to take this top of my head. So yeah, the ask is great. What are the 6G use cases? To answer it, I humbly argue is very hard. And even more so, I think it should be hard. Because we have to keep in mind now the very long time cycles we have in our industry. Let's assume 6G is commercial 2030. Now, let's assume it picks up at a rate similar to 5G. 2037, it may overtake 5G. 2042, it may be at its peak in terms of subscriptions. So in a way, we're being asked here, what do youngsters do on the internet 2040? And I can assure you, I don't know. And I shouldn't know. That's a key thing. Right? But we, the community here, we need to prepare the networks. And we're setting a standard that then should support the launch in 2930. Fundamental thing we do then, as we now do study items in 3GPP, is to validate technology components that are mature by 2030 and as good as we can have them. Because then we have a baseline that is future or forward-looking, proved for coming applications. And that's a very, very important work to do now in the 3GPP process. That's one part. The other part we had here earlier, that's really to leverage and extend on the knowledge we get now as 5G picks up. I think India is so well positioned, 5G networks are good here, usage is picking up. The next few years, the industry will learn from the best 5G can do for users. Users being consumers, being enterprises, and public sectors. That knowledge should be refined in 5G, of course, and then leveraged into 6G. So those two are two very fundamental parts, I argue. Having said that, what can we then envision on where, at least in the 6G era, we start with applications which are more demanding? Already today, there's no one arguing against AI. It is there and it will impact life. AI-based applications are important in 5G and it will be the bread and butter in 6G and onwards. AI combined with cloud compute and then linking those two together through the mobile networks. That will be so important. Wherever you are, you should have an application that can leverage the AI potential, leverage the cloud compute. And you will do it out and about, on the move, as well as home, as well in the office. So already our engineers are looking at how can we improve the network. That costs a lot for the uplink from the device to the network to be more potent. Similarly, XR-based applications will have a similar traffic pattern. We predict, say, in 10 years' time, 15 times more uplink traffic. The devices alone cannot accommodate that. We need to have more sensitive networks, better functionality to discriminate interference, etc. That work is ongoing and should go into the 6G standard. And then that kind of applications will continue to grow rapidly in the 6G era. So those are two big trends, I say. IoT, we're taking good steps in 5G. RedCap is just launched with 5G Advanced. Already, high-end providers of smartwatches use RedCap. That's just the beginning of it. It's a very different kind of IoT usage that is coming now and starting in 5G, leveraging in 6G. Ambient IoT. So IoT, which is very low-powered, perhaps even charging itself from the radio waves, are slowly coming to the market. 2 years ago, here at the IMC, we showed a jumper which had an IoT device weaved into the fabric, and it charges itself from the radio waves. That's a collaboration with MIT, and I think it's a bit mind-boggling. Let's go 2033, 35. What if our clothes here would have a number of ambient IoT connections? No longer are we talking billions of devices, we're talking many, many billions of devices in our networks. 6G should be designed for that from the beginning. Then the digital airspace. I think it will slowly start in 5G, it will be leveraged in 6G. Joint sensing, ISEC is being mentioned many times. 2030 and beyond, we will be mature and start to spread that throughout, I would argue. So I think lots of potential there. Exactly what will be hot 33, 35, we'll see. But the technology will be qualified and we will leverage on the knowledge that we're gaining now by using 5G in the front line. Thank you.
Okay, I think you put it correctly, Dr. Magnus. That is the way which we should also think about doing. Let us now move on to Dr. Dilip from CDOT. I think, can you give us a view about what is happening in the Indian ecosystem? What is the new research areas you're working, especially on 6G? And are we going to do a small trial, which I was just mentioning, which we can be, what do you say, a stepping stone towards 6G's use cases, please.
Hello. Yeah. Thanks, Robert. And apologize, our CEO could not be here. don't have a presentation, so I'll just speak. Many different things that that we are exploring. I want to start with a mining use case that Hari Prasad and team actually implemented. And you know, the challenge was for a miner in K3 mine in Rajasthan to actually communicate to the surface. So, you know, we have ORAN-based 5G technology. So what we did was we put the CUD on the surface. And then we took an optical fiber down into the mine and let the radio unit start transmitting there. But still didn't reach the miner. There was a bend in the mine. And so we had to put a relay down there. And then finally, it reached the miner and he was able to make a video call to the surface. You know, and we are doing it with technology today. But now what if there was no service at the surface? You would need TN, NTN integration. You know, because of delays in satellite communications, hybrid ARQ is a challenge. And so packets are not transmitted reliably. And so how do we make all of that work? Those will be challenges. And we have to start looking at real use cases in India. One of the other projects that we are looking at is Drishti, Directional RIS for Hilly Terrains of India. What we're talking about is, can we have a reflecting surface on top of a hill? There are people living on one side of a hill. There's a river flowing by. They have no service. There's a cellular tower right next to on the other side of the hill. The signal is not coming. Can we reflect that signal down to the other side? And we have a working technology on that. You know, essentially we're getting towards ubiquitous coverage, basically, trying to extend the coverages. But here, there's a tower and we're extending the coverage a little bit, but you want ubiquitous coverage, you really have to go to space. And there we are looking at elliptic orbits to serve India. We'll go into more detail tomorrow, but essentially Elon Musk's orbits are circular. And you know, the dwell time is very short. We want a satellite configuration to serve India. So why don't we stretch that circle into an ellipse? And the Earth is at one of the foci. And then as it goes around, then it serves the country longer. So every country can do this. And we have a configuration, 28 satellites in elliptic orbits that can just provide coverage for India. But, and as we go into space, you know, these satellites that we deploy, they may, the orbits can get perturbed due to the bulge at the equator or due to the sun and the moon. So they have to, you know, position themselves again. But, you know, the electronics is working, but, you know, you could refuel them. And so then after 10 years, if the fuel runs out, can you refuel them? So we're looking at not only just ISAC, but coordinated sensing and motion and communications. Because in space, a space vehicle that's going to refuel has to sense the other space vehicle, move towards it, and communicate with it. So we're not only looking at sensing and communication, but on a spacecraft bus, we would have a sensing subsystem, a motion subsystem, and a communication subsystem, all interacting with each other. So we have to go beyond just sensing and communication. But even with integrated sensing and communication, how do we, you know, let's say we want to integrate a radar with an OFDM radio. Can we null some OFDM subcarriers so that the radar can function with those resources and work together? And you know, AI is here for us to work with. We are using LLMs for time series prediction, predicting resources. LLMs actually have given output context window. That gives you future visibility. And that has helped us with optimizing when to turn off and turn on cells. That's working beautifully. But, you know, also as we, and this helps on the sustainable angle, but then when we use AI, whether it's, you know, in the stack or in the application, as we use GPUs from NVIDIA, you know, what is the smallest form factor of the GPU that we can use for the application that actually makes a difference so that so we have to do should not blindly use LLMs, but we should perform ablation studies, turn off portions of attention circuitry, and see which ones are really used in that application. Keep only those circuits on for that application and so on. So as we go further beyond, as we build these AI agents. These AI agents are all going to talk to each other. ORAN has done something beautiful. It has brought in closed loop automation with observability control. But all of these agents are all going to talk to each other. So an agentic AI formulation where these AI agents and other automated systems are all working together. How do we enable automation with visibility? And then we have to test these things. So digital twin models to create arbitrary network configurations, and we have a capability called Avatar at CDOT, automated validation and test architecture platform. So it will simulate different configurations and test it for you before you even deploy. So we're trying different things. Hopefully we'll make a difference.
Thank you, Dr. Kadeep. That was a good insight about what you intend to do in CDOT. I think that next maybe invite Mr. Charles. I think he's a familiar person. Lot of experience from 2G to 5G. Now he's in NVIDIA. Now he's driving the GPUs. We are already talking a lot about are we really into. There's a need to move your computing to the edges. How GPU is going to hack. There is also a talk about what do you think the roadmap for is the real AI native. What we are speaking today on the 5G SON, it is going to really change from day zero in 6G, or something different is going to come. There are a lot of buzz is around the ML model drifting. Do you think ML model drifting or the energy bit, which is going to be actual important for automation? On to you, Charles.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, thanks for inviting me for this talk. As you mentioned, so AI is the buzzword, but how much is it real today? What is possible in the edge? There are several things that are happening, and NVIDIA is in the forefront of some of these initiatives. So one of the facilitators for 6G is how do we enable ISAC with the AML framework and the data capture framework and the facility to enable various applications to run and perform their intended use cases, while the RAN provides the data at the speed that is needed. So within NVIDIA, there is a framework called DApp and a data lake framework where the physical layer itself can expose the data, whether it is IQ signal in the uplink, or it is the channel estimates that that the physical layer generates out of the IQ signals. So these two can be exported through an interface which is proposed in the ORAN standardization as an E3 interface for DApp. I mean, these two terminologies are still evolving and it's not fully standardized yet. So the DApp is a framework where you can collect such high-speed data, which is completely different from XApp or RApps, where the amount of data that you need to expose is in the order of minutes or in the order of seconds at the best. Whereas in this case, when we are talking about DApp, we are talking about exchanging all the symbols at 35 microseconds worth of data on the uplink for 100 megahertz bandwidth, send all of the data to the DApp. So which is a huge, enormous bandwidth that is required between the physical layer and the application that is going to consume this data. So it cannot be running somewhere else using a middle. You cannot send all those kind of the huge amount of data over the Ethernet link over a larger distances, or have a data center server running the applications remotely. So for such ISAC applications, you need to have co-located the GPU capability, where the physical layer, the G node V as a whole, is running in parallel along with the DApp, which whatever is the use case intended for it. So what we have done is we have shot we have reduced all the overheads in terms of interfacing between the RAN application and the DApp by enabling completely a memory-based interface, which is basically just use a shared memory between the two containers, expose the data to the DApp, and it is up to the DApp vendor to invent whatever they want in that application. So which means that, so we will have a few demonstrations happening in the next GTC that's happening in Washington DC, where some of the defense players will be demonstrating how the DF framework can be used for sensing drones as well as human intrusion using this framework, which is running at 100 megahertz, 30 kilohertz subcarrier spacing kind of a model. So which is really not possible with remote data centers and so on. So that's where the compute becomes a lot more mandatory and becomes an essential part of the G-Node-B system to be able to run the AI applications along with the RAN layer 1 physical layer functions.
Thank you, Charles. I think let us listen from Mr. Jain, I think from HFCL. Again, what are your company doing on the 6G front, especially on these cases? Can you please?
So, first I'll start with 5G and then go to 6G. So, we started the 5G unit within HFCL about 4 years back, and happy to say that two of our products, the FWA-CP and the routers, have been deployed in significant numbers with the leading operators in India. And as we speak, our routers are being deployed as a part of Bharat BBNL for the BharatNet Phase 3, which most of you know is for rural broadband connectivity. So that is what we have done so far. Now 6G, right now, we are more into contributing towards the standards development. We are part of TSDSI, also actively part of Bharat 6G Alliance. Also, we are contributing to some of the studies, simulation results as a part of ITUR. So, two specific areas we are focused on. One is on integrated sensing and communication and on energy efficiency. So, these are the two areas that we are focused on.
Okay, thank you. I think let me put up two very important questions to the panelists. I think quick, whoever can answer can pick up. And so suppose if the government comes up tomorrow and says, okay, we give you say 500 crores. What is the one good pilot project which we should think we should adopt for a country that will lead to a 6G use case? Second important thing is, see, the lot of use case on 5G moving towards 6G is happening across the country, because the 5G already started and then we think, okay, this will take off to 6G. In these projects, can we identify one or two key KPIs which the government can identify and say, oh, if you achieve these KPIs, I will give incentive in this project. So what do you think this two takes? Again, I can start from Sachin.
I think it's a very, very good question, and I think one use case which I probably think, it should be, of course, it should be ISAC integrated sensing, and the practical use case will be in terms of early flood warnings in our hilly terrains, the northeast Himachal. We can, the other use case could be Andaman Nicobar or northeast, where we know our terrestrial fiber is limited. We are not able to, and the satellite bandwidths on VSAT is limited. Not able to give a broadband experience to the customers there. So it will be good to do a 6G pilot use case there. Overall, from an operator perspective, I think it will, the measurable KPI will be at least we should have 20 to 30% operational efficiency over 5G as a baseline, right? And the measurable KPI should be, I think, the bits per hertz and the energy optimization which we achieve.
Good, thank you. Dr. Anita ma'am?
Yeah, I think it's hard to answer for a global alliance because the requirements are probably differing across regions. So I agree, of course, with Isaac, but then AI-related use cases or immersive experience, being it in B2C or B2B, are probably also promising. And what is most important, in my opinion, is that we collect user feedback early enough as an industry so that we are keeping on track and delivering real value to users, no matter whether they are business customers or consumers.
Thank you. Ignorance.
Okay, so I think application of IoT, industrial IoT, so much innovation ground to do there. Anyone who's already there will shape and lead for a long time.
Thank you. Dr. Dilip?
I think if you ask NVIDIA, they will say, just buy as many H100s and Blackwell GPUs and put it in a data center in Rajasthan. You know, I think ubiquitous coverage is really important. And although I was talking we are in 6G, we were only a team of 11, small team, say 11 engineers. But, we can't do everything. So really need the ecosystem to work together to actually build a satellite configuration that will serve India, both civilian and strategic use cases. We don't have to rely on Starlink. So if we can fund that project, that'll be great.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so just to add on, it is the spectral efficiency which in turn converts to coverage increase. For example, if you can increase the coverage for a rural site by another doubling the distance, or integrate the NTN with the terrestrial network to provide an ubiquitous coverage. So that, number one, reduces the number of sites and towers required for the operator, and it provides the well-needed connectivity, ubiquitous connectivity within the country. So I think this is one of the key KPI that one should look for when there is an innovation happening and when there is a funding available to improve in some of the areas.
So one of the use case, assuming we get the government funding, is which I think is really helpful, is around precision agriculture and precision farming. And I say this for two reasons. One is, as a country in India, 40%, more than 40% of the workforce is employed in agriculture. And one of the objectives of 6G is to deliver business value as well as societal value. And I think 6G can help in this. Like, for example, definitely one area, I think we talked about low power wide area network, which 6G can enable. So whether it is for soil testing, environmental testing, water management, all this can be done by a low power wide area coverage network, which 6G can provide. And then if you combine both terrestrial and satellite, that will also help to address some of the issues that we have, because in an agricultural land, what you have, it's a wide coverage area, right? But you'll have lots of sensors out there, correct? So you need, you do not need high bandwidth, like most of the other use cases we talked about. You need low bandwidth, and also you need this sensor to be not needing battery. So ambient IoT, which harvests energy from the environment, would be also important. So that's what I believe would be a good use case.
Thank you. I think quickly we can open the floor if anyone from the audience want to ask any question. Only one question, Salo. Yeah, please. Mike.
I think the main use cases in 5G is eMBB and fixed wireless access. So whatever use case in 6G, what the gentleman said, agriculture or public safety or utilities using LPWA is good one. But the main issue with the MNOs, not the verticals, is it has to generate revenue, economic value creation. So I don't know, is there, for the agriculture, is there a government subsidies from the India government, or in US there is an issue. So because we have, say, 20 million farms in USA, they don't have the money to deploy 3GPP networks, you see. So, so the economic value creation for the verticals is one of the main areas. Although we see the MNOs, their main use cases is EMBB and FWA. The verticals is TBD because of this economic value creation. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question I can take before we close.
Thank you very much. I'm Raim Tafizoli from University of Surrey, 6G Innovation Center. It was very interesting to listening to all of you. It looks like there is no compelling use case for 6G from what it was said. But what was
can you speak closer?
Yeah. I'll repeat it again. It looks like there is no compelling use case from a user end point of view for 6G. But what was common between what you said, you talked about environment sustainability, extension of the coverage, ubiquitous coverage, and etc. So if we focus on this aspect, shouldn't we go to lower frequencies rather than every generation we go to higher and higher frequencies?
Good. Thank you. I think I should thank all the participants, the panel, the panelists for sharing the knowledge. But just to give a recap from the Government of India side, I think the audiences, we have been pushing aggressively on 6G, saying that at least we should also set the stage for 6G. Not specifically that we wanted to really do it for standardization for 6G, it's also our own internal need, so that 6G can really change the way of life for the people, both in urban and rural. With this interest, I think the Government of India has invested close to 250 to 260 crores on various research projects that is currently happening at more than 115 or 120 various educational institutions. These varies from whatever we were speaking about, from intelligence services, from low-value devices, from sensors. As we speak today, the research is going on in these areas. I am very sure the country will move forward in this 6G and we will be able to really give a clear roadmap in the years to come. And thank you once again. Thank you, Rajesh, for giving us the opportunity. Thank you.
I think just as a last, please give the mementos to all the speakers. I invite my chair, Professor David. Sir, आप दीजिए, पहले आप रॉबर्ट साहब देंगे सबको, और आपको देंगे हम. panel on enabling 6G technology. Now I request the session chair, Professor Rohit Buddhiraja, IIT Kanpur. A big round of applause. So Professor Rohit Buddhiraja is a faculty member in Department of Electrical Engineering, and more important, he is the Vice Chairman of Bharat 6G Alliance. So that's a more responsibility. Specializing in wireless communication, signal processing, next generation networks, he holds a PhD degree from IIT Madras. His research focuses on multi-antenna systems, cooperative communications, energy efficient 5G and 6G technology. With this, let him welcome him, and I welcome the other panelists as well. So, Professor Mathini, are you here? I think she's. Yeah. Welcome. She represents the Heriot Watt University, Scotland. Welcome, ma'am. I think you are here. And I am sure that, let me read this Professor Mathini. She is IEEE Fellow, is a Professor of Signal Processing and Wireless Communication and Dean of Science and Engineering at Heriot Watt University, UK, with over 20 years of research. She has published 200 plus papers and 2 monograms focusing on wireless communications, machine learning, radar and assistive technology. She has held research positions at Bell Labs and Canadian Communications Research Centers and received multiple awards, including the IEEE WIE Mentorship Award. She serves on several advisory committees and is a fellow of AAIA, FAIIM, and the UK Women's Engineering Society. Welcome you, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. P. Hanumanta Rao. Mr. Rao, oh, welcome, sir. Welcome, and sir is a DG of Samir. I think that's his, one can say, more than sufficient introduction. Sir is heading that and is spearheading, I will say, RF part of the country, and sir has been given the responsibility of one of the 6G test lab very early, and you can read other things from this one. Next, I welcome Professor Nandana Rajatheva, University of Olu. Sir, please come. Professor. So, sir basically represents us our 6G flagship Olu University here, and we are grateful that, sir, you came and represented. Sir holds a BSc from University of Muratua, Sri Lanka, and MSc and PhD from University of Manitoba, Canada, with over 200 publications. Research focused on 6G physical layers, machine learning, research allocation, multimodal sensing and channel coding. Next speaker we have Professor Eric Strom, Chalmers University, Sweden. Welcome, sir. And Professor Eric, again IEEE Fellow, Head of Division of Communications, Antennas and Optical Networks. His research focused on signal processing, coding modulation, channel estimation, wireless positioning, vehicular communications and low latency, ultra reliable communications. He has received multiple awards, including the Chalmers Pedagogic Prize, Supervisor of Year, and the areas of Advanced Prize. Welcome you, sir. We have Professor Debrati Sen from IIT Kanpur. Welcome you, ma'am. I know that you traveled. Sorry, Kharagpur, IIT Kharagpur. And ma'am's interest, National Doctor Fellow of India, and holds a PhD in telecommunication engineering from IIT Kharagpur, and is a postdoctoral research fellow at Chalmers University, Sweden. Formerly chief engineer at Samsung Electronics. Her research focused on wireless and optical communications in coherent optical systems. So I think being in the industry, ma'am is more relevant how to convert industry and academia collaborations. Welcome you, ma'am. We have Deepa Venkatesh, IIT Madras. Welcome, ma'am. I think she is also heading one of the 6G research test labs at IIT Madras. So there were the 2 6G test projects sanctioned initially. So she is currently professor with the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Madras, and she has authored more than 100 publications in international peer-reviewed journals and conferences. Her research interest includes optical communication system, but more important, she is steering the advanced optical test bed project at IIT Madras. Professor Kave Del Piangieri, University of Glasgow, UK. I welcome you, sir. In case I am unable to pronounce properly, so kindly pardon me. So, Professor is Royal Society Industry Fellow in Quantum Computing and Associate Professor at the University of Glasgow, UK, where he leads the Quantum Information Cluster. His research focuses on quantum information processing hardware, and he has received numerous fellowship and awards, including from the Royal Society and Royal Academy of Engineering. He is a fellow of the Institute of Physics, senior IEEE member, fellow of UK Higher Education Academy, and editor for IEEE Transaction on Quantum Engineering. So I think I have all the eminent panelists. Now I hand over this back to Professor Rohit Buddhiraja, the moderator of session, for steering for 1 hour. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rajesh. So since I am the moderator of this session, I requested each one of the panelists to make a small presentation, and once they finish their presentation, we'll have Q&A, and then we'll open the floor for the audience. So I request each, so we'll start from maybe from Deepa, or we can start from you, Deepa. You can make a presentation.
I think Rohit is asking me to start because light travels the fastest. And if you're doing optical communication, right, the latency is low and capacity is high. And we need to speed up there. All right, so this is something which is dear to my heart, how photonics becomes extremely important for 6G, right? For several years, optical communication and the wireless communication were probably running separately in silos. One group was not talking to the other, or rather, all the front haul, back haul, all the connectivity was assumed to happen in optical communication. Then came coherent communication, where we were increasing the data rates, and we started using the same or similar approaches of signal processing in the optical communication domain, right? I learned digital signal processing from David, who is probably, you know David, right? And we started doing coherent communication with the signal processing for that, taking cues from wireless communication. Now I think it has come to a point where both are inseparable, right? We cannot really, it has to happen seamlessly, especially with what we are talking about in 6G. It has to happen a seamless connectivity. So I'm just going to take the next 1 minute. Can we change the slide, please? Oh yeah, thank you. Oops. To talk about what is critical, what I think is critical, and what needs to get included or paid attention to. One is the optical fiber infrastructure, which would ensure or continue to ensure ultra high capacity, low latency, front haul, back haul data center interconnects, right? So some solutions which are emerging are high speed transceivers. So the high speed transceivers can go up to the speed only up to the point where the electronics can grow. So use something different like space division multiplexing, where you are using multi-core fibers or few mode fibers or something. Hollow core fibers for low latency. The second point is advanced optical signal processing itself, where the handovers are happening with very high reliable connectivity, with high energy efficiency. We should seriously think about analog plus digital processing so that the speeds can be achieved better. Electronic photonic integrated circuit integration. You can't treat photonic chips separately from electronic chips. They have to be co-integrated. The third point is all photonic networks or all optical networks, where the conversions from optical to electrical or electrical to optical does not happen in the switches and routers. It has to be a seamless optical path, right? And we need to do with all optical switching routing solutions. The fourth point I have is free space optics and Li-Fi, where front haul, back haul connectivity, where fiber is not accessible. All these lights could be giving us the Li-Fi signals instead of Wi-Fi signals, right? And the last and probably the most important is security. And I strongly believe continuous variable solutions with traditional coherent transceivers would be the way to seamlessly grow into giving security through QKD. In addition to the single photon source, single photon detectors, maybe those are for specific applications, but if you want to seamlessly grow with coherent communication, this seems to be a good solution. These are some points. And this discussion is about collaboration, and all this technology is expensive, right? It's all very, very expensive. They are highly complex, interdependent, multidisciplinary. The relevant challenges, the globally relevant challenges, they demand collective expertise, shared resource, access to foundries, packaging. All this will make our transition much faster. And of course, the most important, we all work together to get to harmonized standards so that something that gets developed in India doesn't have to go through another standardization process if it gets used in some other country. With this, I will stop, and thank you.
Thank you, Deepa. I request Dr. Rao to make his presentation.
Display there. Right, I'll be taking through the kind of challenges we face while building the 6G technologies. We talk so much about the data rates and creating the massive MIMO systems, and as Professor Deepa mentioned about the optical communication, all the places we have the issues with the hardware. And we assume that things are available, we build the models and we build the algorithms, and finally when you try to implement it, then we start finding the difficulty of what we promised, what we thought it possible, and reaching a very simple as simple as FPGA is not available for us to get the data what we wanted. So these kind of the complexities just want to take you through. I mean, most of things are relevant for everybody. I mean, spectrum and interference, most of the time we try to work about the existing models and expect our entire deployment to work on somebody else's model. So that's one thing which is probably we need to change our mindset of when you deploy our own solutions for our environment, we need to have our own model as per the spectrum. It could be terahertz sensing or even a 7 gigahertz model. I mean, the way people talk so much about AI, at least we can extrapolate the existing model for the environment where we are going to deploy our solution. That's one of the very critical thing which we have been missing most of the time, which works on paper. When you deploy in a particular part of the entire deployment scenario, some places your cells are working, some places cells are not working, and we apply the same model all the places. So we found that as one of the critical disadvantage when we build the entire 5G solution deployed at multiple places. Then probably the antenna designs, that's one thing which is close to our work and research. IRS, intelligent reflecting surfaces. You go around and see everybody is building an IRS. You find multiple demonstrations and everybody says that is going to change the entire 6G deployment. And I can assure you it's going to be a challenge. Whatever we have seen, there is a small piece of board with a few hundreds of the elements there and seeing that I'm steering the beam, and they have added intelligence, I have the wonderful algorithm, steer the beam, and I have the dynamic beam steering, all becomes too complex, it comes to the deployment. Each vector you use it, each pin diode what you use, and the way you start putting them into the wall size IRS, it is prohibitively expensive. Unless we need to come out of some kind of a meta surface or some kind of a material which can steer the beam by just biasing it or finding some mechanism, and otherwise this deployment of IRS on a commercial scale, it's going to be very, very challenging. It isn't easy. We also have a lovely demonstration using vectors. We can create the single beam, multiple beams, steer the beams independently. All that is nice for the lab. You're expecting that I'm creating a non-line of sight communication using IRS, converting one of the panel in the building into a IRS surface. You're paying large amount of the money, which is not practical. So that portion of it is not been looked at. How to create the device, the conceptually the way you use the periodic structure and using the devices, biasing them and supplying the voltage, changing the impedance, it's not going to work in large scale. Not that the functionally it works. So you need to come out with different kind of approach as a surface, then probably you'll be able to steer the beam. Then of course modulation, people are smart enough to build full duplex OM and all the stuff there. The place where we always get into the roadblock, the devices, high power devices. Now we are moving to 7 gigahertz, expected to be one of the deployable, the frequency bands. Even at 3.5 gigahertz, when we start working front-end modules, you have 6040, 64 MIMO system, and the number of the amplifiers we use and the kind of transceiver systems, it was prohibitively large. We could manage it. 3.5 gigahertz still is doable frequency. And 7 gigahertz is the new band. It's neither falling on the next band, not falling on the extended C band. At this 3.5 falling in the C band, we have access to the devices. At this 4.2, 4.4, still we have the altimeters, radars available there. The 7 is not really, 8 you get the lot of devices. So unless you have a large amount of the research in the affordable production at 7 gigahertz devices, especially front-end modules and the power amplifiers. And 7 gigahertz, you know the path loss which is expected to come, and you need large amount of the power amplifiers and the thermal. That is going to be the one which is going to kill the entire system. You expect 6040, 64R at 7.5 gigahertz. The amount of the power you want to dissipate on the RRH is going to be too large. So you need to come out with a very innovative way of, that's what we address to the enabling devices, both materials and how to take over the heat when you have such a large system and multiple amplifiers in the system. Remaining, I'll skip it. And if you look at the devices, I just marked a few of them in the bottom. The last one, we are more interested on the periodic table 3 and 4, semiconductors, where we have used the gallium nitride and where we need to have the amplifiers. That's one of the critical components going to be the front-end module of the 6G deployment. And in terms of the speeds, you see that you want to have large speeds, invariably have to end up in the photonics transceiver systems. As Professor Deepa mentioned, we don't have a choice. You won't have over a very, very large distance, none of these systems can work. If it's a free space optics or the through optical fiber, we need to have a kind of a hybrid approach. We need to have some kind of a convergence of these two technologies. Otherwise, we don't get as the frequencies move up, expecting to get the same amount of the range is going to be very, very difficult. Then getting on to the antennas, the MIMO systems, what used at 5G, whether it's typically can be replicated at 6G, we are not sure about it. As I said, in terms of the cost and the technology limitations of having the 7 gigahertz systems there, whether will it come down the cost which is deployable solutions or people try to do some other roundabout way of doing it, we're not pretty sure about it. If you look at, if at all from maybe just another 30 seconds, so probably you want to bridge this gap, you need to think more holistic way than that who is doing what we are doing it. So look at from that perspective, we need to have a significant R&D which can come from multiple sources. We need to do that in such a way that start taking the basic component what we need for the entire chain. Start from the antenna to down to the baseband. I mean, everything cannot be built by everybody. So somebody can take the front-end module, somebody build the amplifier, somebody start with the mixers, somebody start doing the LNAs, somebody start looking at the multipliers. You need to create that kind of an ecosystem, do the entire approach, a kind of a large approach of the building the devices or the components for the 6G, at least 7 gigahertz band and combine them as a small subsystems, integrate them, create the smaller system, then finally move towards to a single IC which can do the job, keeping amplifier out. So unless you follow that kind of approach, at least down the lane in 3 years, we will not have a solution which is adoptable for our own environment. So I'll stop at that point. Probably we'll take up during the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Can I request Professor Madhini to present now? Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. So, my research area is mainly signal processing, and so I see from the point of view of the foundational and emerging technology enablers for 6G from signal processing point of view, and pathways for global collaborations. Okay, so in a nutshell, we know that we have a long history coming to this point of 6G. So up to 5G, so we went from analog to digital, and mainly it focused on mobile communications. How we actually going to provide enhanced mobile communications over the years, and some may argue that the IoTs and user directed data services has happened from 4G. But the main device was mobile phones. But from 5G onwards, the expectation changed. Yeah, we were looking into more user cases, edge cloud processing rather than doing everything on the phones or devices that we have. And it became much more complex, and also it became a global presence. And then the reduced capability devices are introduced now, and it is expected to have more user cases with compelling business case as well. So to make the 6G success, we need to have a business case for the application that we are going to take on. Under this, I thought there's two visions. One, the first came from Simon Hyken in the cognitive dynamic system. He visualized these as a intelligent network system. And also recently, that was an academic view that came like almost 20 years ago. And recently, from Harold Haas and Malik Tatipa-Muller, they also visualized the network as a biologically inspired cognitive model. So this is a direction we are going, but whether we're going to achieve in 6G, or it's going to be 6G advanced, or even beyond, or it doesn't, it may not happen in 5 years, but maybe this is a direction that we're going to go for the next 20 or 30 years, to bring the network as much more intelligent. So in this direction, the question I have is the sustainability. You know, the energy, the amount of energy that we are taking is going to increase because the demand for the communication and also for users applications are going to grow exponentially. So we're expecting to see like billions or trillions of devices. So the energy is going to grow. So I think for 6G, I think if we are going to develop anything revolutionary, I think one thing that we have to keep in mind is the sustainability, the energy usage. So in order to do that, there are, I mean, it's just been a consideration for many, particularly in the academia, and also I'm sure the industry who are the one going to develop and make the business cases. So for them to sustain, they're also very keen to reduce energy. So there are a number of technologies that already that you're aware that I have listed here. One is the AI native network architecture. So AI native means it's going to be integral part of, you know, control plane, user plane, and service orchestration. Everywhere the AI is going to be. But the AI is itself energy consuming. It is a chicken and egg problem. Like, you can reduce energy by using AI, but current AI takes so much of energy. It's energy hungry. So we need to define what is AI is going to be in the communication system or communication network or 6G domain. It doesn't have to be the conventional one. How are we going to use the native technologies within the communication network is going to be a challenge. Another one is integrated sensing and communications. Again, it's again an additional role. So it is going to be challenging in the sense, how much reliability it's going to bring for us, and whether it's going to consume further energy and so on. So there's a number of things for academics to actually involve with industry to understand these domains. And again, the higher frequency, as mentioned, like it is going to be energy consuming. There are no devices that are usable in different frequencies, so that's another domain to work on. The reconfigurable energy intelligence surfaces, it's one other place that can be used in particular cases, but it can increase interference if you start heavily using it. So that's another domain, how far that we can go into that direction. And definitely non-terrestrial network, as you said, many use cases will require satellite. Satellite's been there for many years now, and it is integral. It's kind of a skeleton for us to carry on the telecommunication in the 6G as well. So one other thing is the optical communication is raised. Like, optical is one that connects us mainly. The wireless it's a cream, but the optical network has become the major part of it. And it is very clear that the optical network can't sustain if you don't have foundational technology improving, and particularly quantum technology has to improve for optical communications to sustain. So we have a lot to work on 6G, I believe. So just for academia industry collaboration, I thought that we have a really nice framework, and Professor Halhas is here. He's one of the 4 key people who actually founded this. It is called Federated Telecom Hubs in UK. There are 3 telecom hubs looking from communication system perspective, material science, everything on that part, network of networks in the network side of it, and distributed communication is another side of it. In addition to that, there is another team of people working to bring test beds aspect of it along with the multiple universities. So that's very, very important. So we have Titan, which is networks of network, communication system, and then distributed system, and integrated test bed. And then I'm part of Titan, the networks of network, which is led by Harold Haas here. And it has many different aspects, like network convergence, RF wireless communication, optical communication, optical fiber networks, non-terrestrial network, and quantum network. So it's being part of a large group. And we do some work we're looking into millimeter wave for certain applications. So it's a user case for particularly robotics and assistive care robotics, how the millimeter wave can, actually reliable service to provide network connection for robots or something like that. But being part of this major network brings us a connection between academia and also industry. Like, rather than every university have their own system working for individual academic. This is like 25 different partners together, and we have a system that they develop which actually support us to look into or talk to industry, and also whether we need to protect the IPs or whether we can publish, and various other aspects are monitored under this framework. I mean, it's maybe an example for other people to follow, and another challenge is how we can actually bring it as a global network. In order to do global network, the main problem is IP, the preservation of IP. To bring joint testbed, we need to have proper policy harmonization and framework developed. And there are many other challenges that we had to look into it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to something like that happening in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Madhini. And now I'll request Professor Nandana to make a presentation.
Right. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what are the trends and activities in this 6G development. So, yeah, I represent this 6G flagship project, which has been running now for 8 years. So I'll quickly go through a couple of slides. So, yeah, as already Professor Madini showed, so we have been evolving from lower generations to higher generations. So one question actually that I have at the end is that what will happen this, let's say 6G or beyond 6G, whether we have a resilient, sustainable and AI-driven society that, that one will be looking into. So on that, I think this is my main slide. So can we have this resilient by design? Because there are a lot of issues that, that are happening across the world, different kinds of distortions in the system or the failures of the system. So can we predict those systems and can we get preemptive action on that? So this is one thing that we are keenly looking at, how we can make the wireless systems resilient, right? So the other thing that we have this test network at University of Hull, which is connected to other universities as well. How do we make this resilient and incorporate this resilient aspect? And we are also incorporating this Aquata system by NVIDIA, and we are working with this AI RAN Alliance together with Nokia and other companies. And yeah, so some of these activities that along those lines, like AI-driven communications, very briefly, different aspects of physical layer. And we are working essentially in my research, AI 4N, of course there is AI other aspects as well. And this is, of course, another key thing that we have been discussing, how to combine communication and sensing, especially multimodal sensing. We have a lot of cameras, LiDARs, so how do we combine them with radar together with providing digital twins and come up with an integrated solution that we are demonstrating. We have a couple of demos in Brooklyn, New York Summit as well. So this is joint work with NVIDIA. And like I mentioned earlier, so in terms of collaboration, we have started the white paper on resilience. Anybody can join this one. You can just search on that. And we have finally, so these are the main sections. Of course, these can be modified as we go on. Different aspects of resilience. And yeah, finally we have this resilience summit. So you can look into that and see how you can collaborate on this white paper and part of this global activity. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nandana. Can I request Professor Debrati Sen to make her presentation now?
Good afternoon, everybody. So to add on, I will be also highlighting some of the enabling technologies for the upcoming 6G. I see actually the designs and the development that are expected to happen mainly in the 4 pillars. The first one is the AI native core, where the intelligence embedded into the network fabric. But it is just not, it should be an add-on case. It will be integrated with the sensing also. So integrated sensing and the communication that we are planning to see today, that it will be only sensing, it's not like that. For example, if you add the integrated sensing with the upcoming UAV networks and the US, it will be also controlling the movement. So the sensing, movement, communication, further prediction, integrating with the existing 5G networks. And if I expand the integrated sensing and communication to the multi-rad communication, where actually the air, ground communication will be integrated, space, air, and ground communication, there also actually the integration of the sensing and movement and communication continuously needs to be coming into picture. The third pillar is coming with your sustainability design. We have to actually think that energy efficiency will not be the last goal. Energy efficiency should be our primary goal for going ahead. So green communication should be the first point to think about, because we are talking about enhancing our transmission frequency, widening our transmission bandwidth. So both will be asking for us to go ahead with the integrated massive gigantic MIMO communications, which are all power hungry. We are talking about the quantum computing. We are talking about integrated sensing and communications, and also the multimodal sensing. All these activities are really energy hungry applications. So energy efficient solution from the beginning itself should be enabled in our designs. The last one is the global coverage, which is talking about the ubiquitous connectivity. Here also actually we are talking about the non-terrestrial network to becoming an integrated parts of the commercial communication and cellular communication networks. So all the LEO satellites that will be communicating with each other, or all the interplanetary missions that we will be targeting for ourselves, connecting the satellite data, transmitting them through the HAPs to the UAV networks, to the ground satellite base stations, to the ground base stations, satellite to base stations, the seamless connectivity that we are thinking about, that has to be connected with this ubiquitous communication and the global coverage. The seamless connectivity from the space to the ground to the underwater, that's what we are targeting for. See, for going ahead with the waveform designs will be our another key enabler part to go ahead with all these 4 pillars. See, mobility is coming up, another integrated part for us. We actually are targeting, multiple countries are targeting now to go ahead with the deployment of the bullet trains, including India. Our networks today are really not ready to support all the real-time communications to be going ahead when you are in a high mobility. For example, 300 kilometers per hour to 500 kilometers per hour. So the new waveforms that we have to go ahead with, OTFS has become a good candidate for this, but that's not the end. We have to integrate maybe the good OTFS or another kind of the waveform designs with a different kind of n-dimensional modulation schemes. We have to go for a sub-terahertz, there is a push for it, which will be enabling you to cover the near-field communications or all the near-field communications in-house as well as indoor as well as the outdoor short-range communications. We are actually targeting for ISAC that I was saying, but remember when we will be doing the sensing and communication, the waveform which will be optimal for communication will not be optimal for your sensing. So sometimes the joint waveform design for sensing and communication will be required. Sometimes the different waveforms for sensing as well as communication applications may be required. So we should get ready for it. RIS, when they will be integrated with this ISAC, there also the minute and precise beamforming and your weight designs and your phase designs, control on it, beam space management, all those will be coming into picture. The last but not the least, the security and sustainability. The post-quantum cryptography that we are planning to deploy there, that should be energy efficient fashion from the beginning itself we have to bring into picture. AI/ML is another key driving feature for us. We are having already the multi-TRP services. We have the enabling intelligent, coherent and non-coherent basis joint transmission schemes coming up. We will have to be actually really be thoughtful about that we are going ahead with a massive, gigantic MIMO communication structures to enable all this. But what about actually very precise CSI feedback? How will you do it actually real-time basis? How will you do it very precisely? That CSI feedback has to be coming up for the multi-rat communications. We are also should be careful about all the non-linearity that are expected to come on the circuit side for the systems. For example, your all power amplifiers, your phase shifters, your all the driving circuits for the massive antenna structures, that has to be integrated, that has to be thought for. We have to be very sure about the mobility aware seamless handover. For this integrated structure, all the multi-rat, wherever you go, and your very fast mobility included in the structure, that requires this seamless mobility handover. We have to have intelligent CSI feedback, as I have already mentioned. Some problem is there? So fundamentally, that was the last slide itself. So fundamentally, actually, it is the 5G core network plus the AI that will be the future for us. So let us join hands together to integrate it seamlessly for our applications for the 6G. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Debrati. Can I request Professor Eric for his presentation now?
Thank you very much. Before we start, let's freshen up a little bit. Shake your shoulders, stretch your neck. You know, it's been a long day, and there are more talks to come. So okay, we're ready. So let's talk machine-type communications. So remember 5G. Okay, so what was new in 5G? Well, to the left we have the workhorse, mobile broadband, and that was enhanced and was needed to be enhanced. And that continues to be the workhorse also today. But what is the future? What was new in 5G? Well, it was the machine-type services, both the massive machine-type service and the ultra-reliable, low-latency communications service. Both of these services were new, and I guess somebody said earlier today that the old generations are introducing stuff which seems interesting but doesn't really work, and then it's the even generations that needs to fix these new innovations. And maybe this is true also in this case, because the pickup of these type of communications has not been exceptional. Okay. And there may be many reasons for that, some technical, some commercial, I don't know, I'm just a professor. All right, but anyways, these needs to be enhanced in 6G. Okay. So one thing that I'm personally is interested in is what's called short packet communications. So it's a little bit of a rabbit hole. So it's dark, it's a little bit moist, it's not so comfortable. But as you see at the light, at the end of the tunnel, there is light. So mobile broadband, you know, this is the workhorse of today's networks. It relies on long packet communications, where packets are thousands of symbols, roughly. Now, control traffic and machine-type communication often use short packets, where the entire message is contained in only tens or hundreds of symbols. In that regime, where mobile broadband is not working, is relatively unexplored. There are theoretical tools available, it's been developed in academia for a long time, but they haven't really seen effect in today's systems. So here I think there is a clear potential to do things better. All right. So again, short packets is when we transmit tens or hundreds of symbols, and that contains the entire message. Now, there is room for improvement of this by challenging the way we do things. And the way we do things is to cater for mobile broadband, because that's the workhorse. Okay. So of course, the systems have been designed with this that has been driving a lot of the decisions of the design. But we need to do better if we're going to cater for these machine-type communication services. All right, so examples include then joint error detection, error control, security, error detection, and error control. And there is something called also unsourced random access that I believe is worthwhile looking into. Now, you can ask me, are these enabling technologies for 6G? Perhaps not 6G, but then I would say evolved 6G could be there. Or why not 7G? All right, that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Eric. Can I request Professor Kawa to make his presentation now?
Hello, everyone. Before I start, I would like to thank the organizer for basically organizing such a fantastic event, and also for the kind invitation. Is it better now? Okay. Thank you. So, our approach towards 6G is basically using terahertz and also quantum. So we know that for 6G is not all about the speed, but also we need intelligence, we need sensing, and also we need trust in the system. So basically, for terahertz, what terahertz brings to us is basically unprecedented data, basically throughput, and also we can go with massive speed and also bandwidths. So mostly when we talk about terahertz, because the definition is normally, we have different definitions for terahertz, but we're talking here about frequency around 100 gigahertz and above. So in that sense, if we go that way, then RF electronics and photonics meet each other. And that brings a lot of advantages for us. So what we can do here, basically building up from devices to circuits to systems, but we need to overcome two challenges. So for example, for terahertz, most of the components are quite bulky, and also they are based on optical excitation. So that brings a lot of challenges when we want to use on-chip integration, when we want to make scalable devices, and when we want to bring integration into the place. So what we are basically, our approach towards these issues are using advanced materials, mostly low-loss materials. So we introducing new materials like superconductors, so they can be operated with very low, basically, power consumptions, with very high efficiency, and with basically photon level control in cheapest scale. So this is one of the main, basically, focus we have at the moment from terahertz side. But for 6G also, we need to have basically native security. We need to have precision timing, both in the level of basically physical layer. So for that, we use the advantages of quantum. So when we use quantum, for quantum communication, we bring quantum communication and sensing together, then we can make ultra-secure links like terahertz link with very high speed. We can make scalable distributed quantum computing. And also we can make basically ultra-precise localization, all being integrated in the future network platform. So when we bring basically communication, computing, and sensing at terahertz frequencies, then we can bring a lot of advantages in that sense. So terahertz would bring us bandwidths and also speed, as well as sensing, but quantum would allow us to go with security as well as coherence. So these two will make the system quite robust in that sense, which we can make like a quantum Internet of Things operating in very high frequency. So specifically for quantum computing, because our background is mostly from that side, so we have two main challenges. One is scalability, because microwave, most of the basically advanced superconducting and even semiconducting system are operating at microwave. Bringing microwave at very low temperature connected to the conventional optical network is a big challenge. So specifically, for example, the transducers are not very efficient. The bottleneck there is not only that, also we have a lot of wires controlling the qubit in deep cryogenic temperatures. Then the quantum operation, in order to happen, requires at least hundreds or millions of qubits on a chip. So then the number of control and readout lines linearly increases with the number of qubits. So that brings a lot of challenges, specifically for scalability. That's why we are pushing the frequency of the qubit to higher frequency than microwave. So for example, if you operate qubits at terahertz frequency, then we can make the qubit basically chips much smaller. So in the same footprint, we can put much more quantum bits. So that would allow us to make a scalable system. At the same time, we can bring the operation temperature to higher temperature, comparing to millikelvin, which the current technology is operating. So in this case, we can bring basically 16 in that domain, not only for the quantum control and readout, but also for the distributed quantum computing. So microwave in single photon is extremely hard to be transmitted. But when we go to higher frequencies, then, for example, terahertz is much more compatible with optical and conventional, basically, communication system than microwave and at single photon regime. So in order to make this happen, international collaboration is the key, specifically with those countries which can complement the expertise, and we can benefit from each other's basically facility, infrastructure, as well as the basically skills. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Professor Kava. So I'll summarize, try to summarize what speakers have said in this last half an hour or so. So basically, for 6G, there are these technology goals which can help us in achieving higher speed, lower latency, high security. So what panelists in this panel spoke about, and I think what all of us know, that these are the technologies which will help us in fulfilling these goals, which is ISAC, machine learning, then massive MIMO in 6 to 7 gigahertz spectrum. Then there are these grand goals which 6G should fulfill, and I'll begin with that. So these are basically what we are talking about is the 6G network should be resilient, should be sustainable, should have higher energy efficiency than what 5G could provide. So I'll begin my Q&A with these grand goals, and I think I'll first talk about resilience, and I'll ask this question to Professor Nandana. How can we actually make this 6G network more resilient? You spoke about it. You are doing pioneering work in network resilience. So
yeah, I think this is a question that affects everybody, different countries. For example, you have, I think recently Spain had a blackout, and so all the mobile systems went out. So you need to power up the system and see how effectively a system can come back from a disruption quickly. So this aspect has to some extent been considered. For example, you can have battery backup and areas like that. But then there are a lot of other things that can go wrong. For example, in a typhoon or flooding situation. And these are still to be taken into account. That's why we are launching this white paper exercise to really gather the feedback from all around the world actually. So yeah, this is a clear challenge at the moment.
So are you, can you characterize this resilience? Is there some metric which you are proposing for resilience?
Yeah, so these are the things to be done in my opinion, like what kind of quality of service or quality of experience that based on what we define what is a resilient network. I mean, the sustainability, this AI aspects also come into that, I think. Predicting things, whether based on the, training of things, and so these are still to be evolved. I mean, this is not at the moment available in maybe 6G research, but this is to somehow will have to happen.
I'll ask you this provocative question. And then can AI ML help in making our 6G network resilient?
I mean, okay, put it this way. Now, whether we like it or not, AI and ML is there. So it's best to take advantage of it in whatever way we can. Of course, somebody in the physical layer may not really believe that there can be, AI ML based code, channel coding or decoding, because we are already at the channel capacity. But then on the other hand, there are distortions. For example, if you have a power amplifier, there is the non-linearity that needs to be taken into account either at the transmitter side or at the receiver side. So this is also part of making it resilient, in my opinion. So there are these aspects of machine learning that can be built into from the physical layer and up. So.
Okay, thank you. So let's talk about sustainability now. So Professor Madini spoke about sustainability. So what needs to be done, Professor, to make the 6G network more sustainable? And how do you, again the same question to you, how do you characterize this sustainability? Is there any metric? Because I keep on hearing that for energy efficiency we have a metric, bits per joule. But for sustainability, we have not, at least I am not aware of any such metric. What is your opinion on that?
Sustainability may be just not the energy part of it. It can include materials, recyclable materials, and so on as well. So there's many factors, like because we are going to next generation, like 6G is the next step. I think we need to take this as a first step to consider for everything sustainable. Like, it's very clear that optical fiber networks, if you're going to increase, the data rates, and if you want to send more and more information, it can't handle the energy levels. So we need, definitely they are after quantum technology now. Like this is like, Nokia has said it, like, they need the quantum technology for the next generation optical networks. So that's kind of the sustainability. We need to think about what foundational technologies that need to, to maintain the energy level, material. We can't just keep developing without recyclable materials and so on. So everything will come into the sustainability.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know any units to say, but it's a general concept.
Fine. And it was incidental that three ladies in the panel actually spoke about QKD, quantum, and security. And this question is posed to all three of you together. That how can quantum help us in making 6G networks secure, and what role do you see quantum playing in that?
Yeah, so basically, especially in the area which I mentioned for example, terahertz, it would be absorbed quite significantly in moisture with air, with basically rain. But what we can bring in with quantum, so we can make quantum sensors, for example, then even if the signal is lost partially, then we would be able to reconstruct it using basically quantum entanglement and the other quantum phenomena which we get. So making, and also quantum would bring a lot of efficiency to the system as well compared to the classical operation. So these would be the advantages which could even revolutionize the field of communication.
Deepa, your take on that?
I'll make it very short. I think it is extremely important to have security, and I think the QKD could get to something that coexists with classical communication. I think it's important to have that.
Okay, so I'm being told that we are running short for time, so I'll keep it short. I'll ask a final 1 or 2 questions. Dr. Rao, you spoke about IRS, you spoke about devices, and now when we talk about IRS link, does it really need to be standardized? And another challenge in IRS which I hear, and as a technologist which I am aware of, that like it's not really band specific as of now. Now if you build an IRS, then it's going to basically amplify other operator signals as well. How do you handle that?
Right, it's a very, very complex scenario. That's what I mentioned there. A true deployment, you expect IRS to be there, only the fixed base station, only that location is known to you. And the user is still moving there, and you expect it to be non-linear communication. We're expecting IRS to be functional and dynamically changing the beam, expecting it to only addressing the user of your choice. It's not going to happen. As you mentioned, it's going to be there. There's always a concern from other users. It's going to saturate probably their devices because of pumping the more energy. But in other way, even today your base station is pumping the energy to every user. So that cannot be the major concern just because IRS is steering the beam. So I don't agree that it's going to trouble the other users, other operators just because you are using IRS for this. As of now, today deployment, everybody receives everybody's signal. They simultaneously function. Not a problem. The challenge lies more on the other side. Is it scalable? Is it scalable? And sensing the user so accurately and who is in motion. Suppose he's going on foot, it's a different scenario. Suppose is traveling there at maybe hundreds of kilometers. Your IRS can sense that fast, identify it and steer the beam by the time it's already user moved out. How fast you can steer the beam, because you are pointed beams now. As per the base station, currently you have larger beam widths, it can cover the larger area. And with IRS, thinking about the large amount of the maybe thousands of elements on the panel and get a very highly directed beam, probably still you miss the link. So these are the places where the algorithms what has been considered without considering the physical aspects of it is probably that need to be fine-tuned to say that IRS is a reality. Otherwise, technology-wise, it does the job what's supposed to do. But still long way for thinking that it's going to be a deployable solution.
Thank you. Eric, one last question to you. What's wrong with today's machine type communication?
Well, I think the main problem is that it's too expensive. And why is it too expensive? I think it's because the requirements put on these services has been ridiculously hard to follow. And why are they that? And I think it's because the verticals are asked for too much. Instead of thinking about what can we do if we co-design the vertical application with the communication system, we can get something which is viable. So that, I think, is my analysis. It's simply a mismatch of expectations from the verticals that has not been challenged enough. We should have said, we can do this for you. You can get this performance, but you won't like the price. And then we could have had another discussion. That's my point.
Thank you. So we have very little time for questions from our audience. So if there are 1 or 2 questions, we can take them. And otherwise, we'll have to wrap it up.
Yep. Hello, I want to ask two fast questions. One is that you are talking about, Madam Sen, you are talking about the CSI feedback. Normally, we are taking the channel quality index, rank indicator, and pre-coded matrix indicator. Are you considering any fourth or fifth indicators to be part of this CSI feedback? That is number one. And number two is that you are talking about the non-terrestrial communication over here. How do you think the interoperability issues with the existing terrestrial communications, because there will be a lot of latency issues over the satellite? So these two questions are asked.
Okay. The first question to answer, the CSI for the future generation network not only will be the way we are doing today. For example, we will be doing the massive beamforming, right? With the mobility, if we consider, then the range estimation as well as the angle estimation, the joint range and angle also should be coming as a feedback. If I talk about the very high speed communication, so V2V communication suppose is going on, or satellite to satellite communication is going on. In that case, the speed with which the CSI should come back, it should be almost real time. Otherwise, you won't be able to quickly change the beam directions from the transmit side. So whatever today we are doing, with that, the range estimation, the phase estimation, joint range and phase estimation, minimum this three has to come back. And the second thing to go ahead with, yes, for the non-terrestrial networks, especially for satellite communication, we understand that there is a big latency involved in it. So that latency part if we wish to integrate the joint space, air and ground communication, this latency part has to be within the design of the waveform itself as well as the communication protocol itself, we need to think of to address it.
Hello, sir. Everyone is saying that 6G technology would give a new devices. The existing devices would be obsolete, and we would get a paradigm shift of getting a new devices. Is it true, or with the devices which is being used now would be used, or we should be inventing or moving forward on new devices? I don't.
See, devices, it's always function of the frequencies what we use. As the technology changing, so whatever using for the 4G is not used for 5G, we moved to 3.5 gigahertz. Now we expect it to go to 7 gigahertz. None of the device is going to be useful. But doesn't mean that the entire, not that you use the same phone for 4G to 5G to 6G, but as per the technology, we are building the solution, leaving the front end radio, remaining things still is doable. What is happening in the processing and the, as I said, waveforms, all those things still works on the digital domain. Only what's going to change predominantly as per the way the cost involved and the change is going to come there in the radio front end. So that's moving from 3.5 gigahertz to 7 gigahertz. That's the way the challenge is going to come there.
We are running out of time now, so let's thank the panelists for their informative talks and for coming all the way here and participating in this panel discussion. Thank you.
So I thank moderator and the session speakers. I request our moderator to please present token of appreciation to each of our panelists, starting with Professor Matheny. Please have a round of applause. Dr. Rao from Samir. Professor Nandana. Professor Eric. Professor Debrati. Thank you. Professor Deepa. Professor Kave. I request Professor David or Patrick sir, please give token of appreciation to our chair, Professor Rohit. Please have a big round of applause.
amplifying impact, fostering business growth, and collaborating with partners to explore innovative business models. Before joining the GSMA, Vivek was the CEO and chair of Management Board of Vantage Towers AG from its creation in 2020 through its IPO in 2021 to its partial sale to private equity in 2023. That's a very remarkable achievement, sir. Vivek has extensive experience in the mobile industry, having formed part of executive committee at Vodafone as CEO of Africa, Middle East, Asia Pacific, overseeing operations in the Vodafone Group, India, Australia, Egypt, Ghana, Kenya, and New Zealand. Vivek represented Vodafone at GSMA board meetings and chaired the policy group in 2019 and 2020. Prior to this, Vivek was the deputy chief executive at Orange, responsible for innovation, marketing, and technology. He also successfully held positions of CTO of Orange Mobile, subsequently Group CTO and CEO of Orange Services Business. So I think since sir has a lot of experience, this one, so I just directly invite him for his keynote address. A big round of applause, please. Over to you, sir. So we want to listen you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Namaste, and it's a pleasure to be with you for this Bharat 6G Symposium today. As you walk around India Mobile Congress, it's hard to believe that it's only been 30 years since the first mobile call in India was made. And today, we serve 1 billion unique mobile customers in India. 760 million people are connected to the mobile internet. That's the glass half full. And we contribute about $370 billion, or 12% of this country's GDP. And over the years, we've seen the fastest rollout of 5G in the world, which explains the anticipation that this session has, because if you can do 5G so fast, can't you do 6G even faster? But India is not just a digital consumer. It's also a global producer of technologies, services, and standards. There's a lot of innovation here, from Aadhaar and India Stack to UPI, and they serve not just India, but the world. Hence, a second reason for this enthusiasm, India can be a technology giver. It's hard not to be astonished at the scale and impact of connectivity and digital transformation across India, which means that use cases abound, and that's a third reason for being excited about developing 6G in India, is that use cases emerge and they scale fast. As 5G matures, we now enter this exciting new era. So today I want to talk about three things that I think we need to get there: infrastructure, policy, and partnership. So let's start with infrastructure. 6G will be designed to natively support some advanced applications in areas like AI and XR. It will be a vital link to meet our future connectivity needs. And crucially, we are convinced that it will be built on 5G foundations. It will build on recent advances in capacity and coverage to ensure consistent, secure, and sustainable connectivity. Many industrial applications are getting rolled out today, and they will not bear an all-out transformation which does not preserve the value of their 5G investment. So the evolution will need to be modular, and we will likely keep developing apps on 5G networks well into the 6G era to achieve the economies of scale that our industry always needs. Much like 4G and 5G coexist, and in some cases 3G still plays a role in connecting people at least, especially in low and middle income countries. So what does this mean? It means that we have to complete the 5G journey. And of course, India has achieved record-breaking 5G coverage in just a few short years. But today, over 365 million people in India are using 5G. 82% of the population is covered. And we do see the impact of 5G in many places. Smart intelligent villages like Satnavri, which has plans for drone-assisted farming, smart irrigation, digital schools, 5G connected ambulance services, very close to my heart, very important projects that allow ER specialists to guide paramedics in the field, smart cities like Rajkot, mixing modern infrastructure and tech for the quality of life of residents. So 5G does bring this faster speed that it promised, the ultra-low latency that it promised, and enhanced network slicing, which allows the network to be used in many different ways. These are capabilities that can change, that can drive transformative change across the Indian industry, in manufacturing, in logistics, and in shipping. Many of the applications we'll come to associate in the future with 6G are already possible thanks to 5G, and they need to be developed in this realm because that's the only way for them to scale at the right speed to justify further investments. So our message is clear. Let's focus our energy on reaching 5G's full potential rather than jump too early. It will give us the base to make 6G profitable and efficient in the 2030s. Because what we need from our networks today will be different to what we need in 5 years' time, and it's also important that we get this right. So we need to take advantage of India's incredible 5G infrastructure to form the solid foundation for 6G to take off in the 30s. This brings me to the second point, policies. At the moment, many governments and policymakers are still trying to keep up with or make sense of the rapidly evolving technology landscape and the frameworks that are needed to drive digital transformation in a sustainable way. How do we ensure, first and foremost, that enough spectrum is available for rapidly growing needs? And you'll hear more about that in the sequel to this. How do we ensure innovation while also protecting against growing cybersecurity concerns? How do we ensure, importantly, that we leave no one behind? All these questions and many more must be answered, and we have the duty to answer them as we complete this 5G journey and look for their answers there in order to begin the journey to 6G. So here in India, you've already started rapidly deploying 5G, laying the groundwork for 6G through the Bharat 6G vision. The recent approval of refarming 687 megahertz of spectrum, including the crucial 6 gigahertz band for 5G and 6G services, is a key step that we must commend in this road to meet future demand. As policymakers plan for the future, 3 things to be kept in mind. First, work with industry to define long-term plans for transparent policy and regulation. Second, ensure policies enable productivity, deliver social benefits, and cut carbon emissions through digitalization. And third, harmonize spectrum roadmaps with long-term vision. Spectrum is there for the benefit of the billions, not for the benefit of the few. 6 gigahertz is the first step, but beyond that, in WRC 27, we'll have a key milestone in the global conversation on 6G. And all this leads me to my third and perhaps most important point, partnership. Ultimately, the success of 6G depends on partnership across operators, governments, regulators, and the wider ecosystems and application providers. Many of you are represented in the room today. We all know it's a long-term process, and collaboration will be essential to define the spectrum, technology standards, features, and applications that 6G will address. As mobile operators, we have serious global responsibility. We serve 5.8 billion unique customers around the world, 1 billion of them in this country, India. We've driven digital transformation across India and around the world at a rapid pace, and our commitment continues as 6G approaches. We're engaging with governments worldwide, sharing insights, shaping plans for the mobile evolution in the 2030s. And this has been built on the contribution of great minds from around the world, and I must insist on that. The quality of the recent standards, their ability to address difficult use cases, rests on our ability to mobilize the intelligence without consideration of flag or origin. The best ideas come from around the world, and they're the ones that make a global standard truly global and truly able to deliver great functionality at scale. So as we embark on the next era, we should not unlearn what we know has worked. Contributing the best ideas to the standards, being ambitious in this, and the government in this country has set even targets and objectives on these contributions, sharing them in such a way that they can drive scale, be open to the contribution from all quarters, and be pragmatic on features and on their relevance. We need to put features in, but they need to be useful and relevant for them to remain affordable and usable. AI is going to change the way networks are used. So we should take the appropriate time to clearly assess and gauge the impact of this revolution. Trials are already underway. We need to progress towards standards, and we expect those by 2030 at 3GPP. But even if this continues, let us not forget our efforts need to be focused on ensuring everyone everywhere has access to the benefits, present and future, of this connectivity. Today, 690 million people in India still are not using the mobile internet, whereas they live within the coverage of a mobile network. So if India intends to be a global tech leader, it cannot leave half of the population behind. So we must continue working together to address the barriers of digital literacy and skills, affordability, safety, and security concerns. I know that collaboration is at the heart of Bharat 6G vision. The Bharat 6G Alliance, launched by the Government of India, is a clear example of this. It brings together a broad range of stakeholders from across government, industry, academia, and development to work together to chart the way forward. And this is extremely encouraging. As we accelerate towards a more digital future, partnership must remain our compass, because the promise of 6G will only matter if every citizen is brought with us on this journey. Ladies and gentlemen, 30 years since the first mobile call was made in India, and the country has shown what is possible when ambition meets innovation. From leading the fastest 5G rollout to deploying AI-driven solutions that will improve lives in every quarters, preparing the foundation for 6G leadership, no doubt India is helping shape the future of connectivity. So as we look to this future, with all its possibilities, I believe that if we focus on infrastructure by completing the 5G journey and planning the evolution towards 6G in the 2030s, policies ensuring we have clear long-term plans for transparent regulation and partnership working together to define spectrum, technology standards, features and applications that 6G will address, we can accelerate India's leadership and its path towards its ambitions. Such platforms as this symposium will be key to the success of 6G. They create a space for us to debate and explore what is possible while ensuring we stay focused on the realities of today. So we're proud to be here as GSMA at India Mobile Congress, and we look forward to hosting and participating in many discussions on the opportunities ahead and the path forward. It's the beginning of the journey, and so we'll be continuing these conversations as soon as in MWC Doha, where I hope to see many of you. And I thank you very much for your time today and your attention.
So let me call the chair of Bharat 6G Alliance for giving a memento. दीजिए मोमेंटो देना. Thank you, sir. So next, so next we have session. It's not session, but I think a talk by Mr. Ross Batson, GSMA study on 6G spectrum needs. So I invite you to just present whatever is your study. Yeah, to Mr. Ross. Would you like to make some?
I have slides, yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me here today. My name's Ross. I work with the GSMA in London on Spectrum, and we're looking forward to sharing with you some findings of a new piece of research that we've done on the spectrum needs for 6G in the time period around 2035 to 2040. It's not released yet. This is like a sneak peek. This is the trailer before the film. We'll be releasing at MWC Doha next month, but I wanted to share some findings with you. At the GSMA, we're excited about delivering the capacity that's required for the applications that people will be using in the 2030s, and this study looks at a period where we expect 6G to be reaching its peak. The reason we're looking at a period and not a precise time slot is that, of course, we may go faster, we may go slower, and the assumptions that we make have to cover a broad range of things. It's our pleasure to be releasing this here in India, in Delhi. India has become a huge major player in planning for the future, not just with some of the current spectrum assignments that have just been announced on 6 gigahertz and 600 megahertz, but also the work being done at the ITU moving into 7 gigahertz as well that we've seen some discussion of today. There's a lot of talk about 6G being an era of ubiquitous, meaningful connectivity, and I think we've talked about that a lot in the past. I know tomorrow we're going to be having a panel on some of the elements of the everywhere, but as Vivek has just said, a really important feature is the everyone. How can we make sure that we plan 6G in a way that brings everybody on board, that doesn't expand the digital divide, that makes sure that we bring everyone together? When we start talking about applications in my next couple of slides, and if you look around the expo here, there are some amazing things being offered that are going to drive 6G demand. But where people can't afford a mobile handset, they can't afford a mobile subscription, how are we going to move them into a world with multiple screens, with wearables and everything else? And that's an important feature. We have to make sure we harmonize. We have to make sure we get the spectrum into the market in a harmonized and affordable fashion as well. So I'll give you the answer before I give you the how we got there in any case. We believe that between 2 and 3 gigahertz as a weighted average in the world will be needed in the time period between 2035 and 2040. But that will go up in the busiest countries. If we just look at the top 50% of countries, that goes up as high as 4 gigahertz. The figures for South Asia are very similar and to the global average, perhaps with some slightly lower peak at around 3.7 gigahertz, but they remain fairly typical of that. I'll come back to that a little later on. We've got to look at what applications will be used. Are these applications, are these technologies? Well, you can decide that amongst yourselves. But trying to predict the future, we're pretty sure about some things. We know that more people will be using more video. We know that the power users of today are growing up and being replaced by power users. As one of my colleagues is fond of saying, today's power users are just normal users in the 2030s. So we know that there are some aspects that we can include with some certainty. And beyond that, we have things that we maybe know about, increased XR, for example. How is AI going to affect our networks? And I'll go to that a bit more later. And moving into more disruptive ideas. You've had the rectangular screens that you've all got in your pocket for 18 years now. Are you still going to have them in your pocket in 15 years' time, or are we going to be looking at mobile in different ways? Are we going to be looking at some kind of increased device ownership in each person? Lots of you being techie people will have smartwatches on, perhaps an atypically large amount of you. Is that going to be true of other wearables, glasses, the things that Meta and Qualcomm are showing beautifully in the hall in a few years' time? And we need to look at that. Holographic communications, that's a popular one that we see talked about. Well, we see that as a real disruptor technology that we include in our high demand forecasts here. But again, we don't see it as very likely that you're just going to be looking at a rectangular screen in your pocket come 2040. And that some holographic inclusion may well be the case, and there's certainly on all of these potential applications, from the probables to the disruptors, there's a huge amount of investment going on at the moment. Is everybody wrong? It seems slightly unlikely to me. 6G from around 2030, building up to the kind of high point of 6G in the later part of the decade. I think that's probably not surprising for everybody. 4G having a long tail, that may surprise some people a little bit more as 5G starts to be replaced by 6G. I think we know that, again, that there's some things in terms of capacity that 6G is going to give and some that it's going to take. And we're going to see demand increase as we offer new applications and new services. At the same time, we have a small spectral efficiency gain inherent in the technology and some AI gains in terms of AI RAN as well. So we've balanced that off in our study as well. And I'll just go quickly through a couple of other things that we've looked at. The long version of this presentation is like an hour and 45 minutes if you get our analysts to do it. So I've got like 5 minutes left to do this today. But yeah, we based our study mainly on a traffic demand calculation, but taking other things into account as well. The specific spectrum requirements of specific applications, low latency supported by wider channels, etc. And looking at the density of extremely megabyte heavy uses in some locations as well. So it's a traffic demand model, but it incorporates other things as well. And network assumptions, well, we'll go into the detail on these when we release, but suffice to say, there's obviously a lot of parameters that you can move around in your model. Network density is a big idea, and we have to fit this to the purpose as well. We're not saying that there's going to be a base station on every lamppost in sub-Saharan Africa, and we're not saying that there's 2 base stations covering Manhattan. We have to make calls on that. 1,000 to 3,000 people per cell site probably implies about 200 to 800 meters in general terms. This will all be in the annex of our modeling as well. 10 to 20% growth, that may be surprising for some people, and why have we looked at that? We've looked at that largely because there's not a lot of 5G around in the world in many ways. Certainly not a lot of standalone. If you look at my own country in London, there's a supply issue which restricts demand hugely. I catch my train home from the station in central town every day. I'd love to download something to watch it, but I can barely get text from a website. As we improve our networks and as we make sure that the capacity is there, we'll see that supply increase as well. And again, the habits of younger generations, the power users moving up, what we call the power user boom, kids getting used to who are already using their phones for gaming and for video in a much heavier way than us old people use, will be growing up as well. So a few important things to remember as we talk about this. We expect growth. We expect significant growth, and we expect the quality of networks improvement to deliver better supply to cater for the demand, and that will increase the GB per month usage. We need to think about the densest areas, obviously, and make sure that we cater for them. And that can be very small geographic locations, in fact. And before you say, what about millimeter wave? We have taken millimeter wave into account in this. Not lots of millimeter wave. I think that would be a bit fake, but we've taken millimeter wave into account, of course. And thirdly, to think about the specific application needs. AI is going to need more uplink. We have latency requirements that may need different things as well. So that brings us to that 2 to 3 gigahertz globally range in around the period 2035 to 2040, with some high hitting countries needing more than that, up to about 4 gigahertz. These you can, the chairs are hiding the description in the bottom of the screen, in fact. This is 25th percentile to 75th percentile. If we include the top 25%, it gets a bit crazy. So I've not taken those, but those will be visible when you look at the report. And then South Asia, similar-ish. We tend to find that that there is the main drivers of heavy digitalization in markets tend to come with higher fiber penetration, and lower digitalization comes with more mobile needs, more reliance on mobile as well. So the final question is where the spectrum is going to come from. And India is really leading globally in this with some really strong inputs, strong, exciting inputs into the ITU processes at the moment and real consideration of this. And that's great because it is necessary. We've got the great news for the mobile operators here that they'll be getting access to the full 6 gigahertz band, upper 6 gigahertz band, and clear plans to move beyond that in the ITU. But if we're going to get into those second and third columns on my earlier slide, the probables, the disruptors, that spectrum need is going to be there, and we need to make sure we find a harmonized place to bring everybody on a journey to be able to take advantage of the 6G era. So thank you very much. We'll look forward to releasing this next month in MWC Doha, engaging with you all on the start of this discussion on how we're going to find the capacity for 6G, where the needs going to come from ahead of WRC 27 and the implementation of that throughout the latter part of this decade. So we're looking forward to getting going on this from 2030. The time to plan is now. Thank you very much indeed.
I request Professor David to please present a memento as a token of appreciation to our guest, Mr. Ross Bateson. Yeah, Ashish and the GSMA team, please.
Session. So we have, I think, a very exciting panel, and that's related to the transition towards AI native 6G networks, industry and academic leaders. Objective is to transition towards autonomous 6G networks. For this session, we have the moderator, our chairman, Sri Ashok Kumar, Bharat 6G Mission Head and DDG Standard, Research, Innovation. So we will file all in one. From Department of Telecommunication, welcome you, sir. You just be in the center. I think we are just managing the house. Professor Mahesh Marina, University of Edinburgh, UK. Sir, you are also invited. Please be there. Dr. Elena Fisherman Erickson. Mr. Soman Redana, Nokia. Mr. Sandeep Sharma, Tech Mahindra. अरे वो कोई चेंज तो कर नहीं रहा भाई, जिसका नाम बोले उसका दिखाओ ना. अच्छा, आप दिखा रहे हो. Mr. Ashwini Gumaste, Principal AI System Architect, Microsoft. Welcome you, sir. No, I think you come. Mr. Ramu, Lekha Wireless. Mr. Rohit Buddhiraja, IIT Kanpur. So I think I welcome all the panelists. And though we are, I think, slightly there delay, but I want to just start this session early, and this will be the last session. So I request hand over to the Mr. Ashok Kumar, our colleague, for yeah, you can come here, sir, and then you can just do the moderation. Back to you.
Thank you, Pathak ji, for this particular panel discussion. So the topic for this panel discussion is transition towards AI native 6G networks. So we started talking about AI in telecom. So in fact, it's not 6G, but in 5G itself, we are now talking about all these aspects, starting from 5G advanced. And if you look back 2023, when ITU came out with a framework and vision of 6G, and if you look at the usage scenario they talked about, and also the radio parameters, so you can see that they have already put in the vision document. For example, one of the usage scenario they have talked about integrated AI in communications. So they have already talked about this. And if you also look about integrated sensing and communications, so although it's a sensing along with communications, but definitely you need AI for object detection and all those aspects which we do related to the sensing. So it's already into the telecom. The second example which I can give you is the ORAN specifications by ORAN Alliance. All of us know the RIC, Radio Intelligent Controller, XAP, RAP, and those aspects which are already part of 5G and definitely will improve in 6G. So be it mobility management, be it energy management, be it quality of service management, all these aspects are already being thought about. Even the orchestration part, a lot of orchestration even in 5G is using AI. So what is changing in 6G, right? So why we are saying native AI? So whatever we have been talking about right now was sort of an afterthought that can we use AI onto the network or onto different component of the network. But in 6G, we want to design considering AI will be part and parcel of 6G. That's why people are calling it AI native 6G. So there are two aspects of it, like AI itself will transform the telecommunication network. Second is the network has to be designed to support AI applications, right? So both aspects has to be looked at while we talked about. So to proceed further on this particular topic, the format which I am thinking is like I can request speakers one by one to just talk for 2 minutes on their area of expertise, and then we start a panel discussions. Yeah, so maybe do we have a separate mic so that everyone can talk from the that itself? Okay, in case we have, or it's there? Okay, it's there. Okay, thank you. Okay, it was already there. Or maybe, so maybe I'll start from Professor Mahesh, if you can. Maybe I request Professor Mahesh Marina ji from University of Edinburgh, UK, to talk about whatever expertise you have on this particular topic. So maybe 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
Should I?
I'm asking Professor Mahesh.
Yeah, this is me.
Yeah, okay.
So firstly, thank you for this opportunity to be part of this diverse group of experts to provide an academic perspective. So my interest related to this panel is more on how AI can enable efficient and automated operations, and that's an area that I have been working on for the past several years. But increasingly, I'm looking at also the flip side of how the network can play a role in providing a platform for AI compute, both for workloads that are currently realized in the cloud, as well as applications on devices that are AI based and can benefit from the edge where the network comes in. So broadly speaking, my interests span these. In the context of AI for networking and AI for 5G, 6G, I've been looking at not just the opportunities, but also the risks that come with it and the implications on energy efficiency. So these are aspects that summarize my interest and expertise.
Thank you, Professor Mahesh. Now may I request Dr. Elena from Ericsson to talk about your expertise or your domain of work.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. In my domain of work, I've been working with AI technology and specifically AI research for telecom networks for many years. And obviously, as we know, there are many different kind of real-time characteristics and layers of the network. We started about 15 years ago applying AI, but it was more in the operational maintenance layers that don't require real-time characteristics. With years, we are moving into the core, into the radio access network, into the real-time management and controlling of the network. We've had the zero-touch vision, meaning full autonomy of the network as a main primary goal that we are striving towards. We also call it a cognitive network when it's not just automated, but it's also very smart, it's acting in real time, and actually doesn't require human intervention at all. So my expertise would be on that control loops closer to the radio network side, and of course trustworthiness of AI will play an important role here as well.
Thank you. Do we have Dr. Simon?
I'm here.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Okay, so I'm meeting for the first time, so
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So okay, so over to you for your expertise if you want to.
Yeah,
say
thank
a few
you.
words.
So first of all, thank you for having me here today. So my pleasure. So I'm part of the standardization. So we are the people responsible then to enable the network, in this case, to leverage the full potential of AI, both integrating AI and leveraging what comes on top in terms of AI application. So this journey started already with 5G, which of course this also is seen as a more an evolutionary approach, the step that we are taking in 5G, because with the first 6G release, 5G release, it started to be late now. With the first 5G release, we were not having AI as the support of AI as one of the key requirements. Of course, we have been working then and we are working then to integrate AI as part of the 5G advance as over the top. So we are designing enablers in the network which will then allow AI basically to improve the performance of the network, both at the radio and both on the operational. So, for example, having solution for beamforming, for energy efficiency optimization, for mobility optimization, and so on. But I think with the 6G, we have a unique opportunity now that we start having the first understanding of what is needed in order then to make leverage the full potential of AI from the network side. And with the 6G, then we can really, let's say, look at design proper solution for AI for networks and the networks for AI, where AI for networks is definitely leveraged to optimize the performance of the network, the operability of the network, but then also network for AI. This is also how basically to leverage and how to enable to the AI application which come from third party. And this is also a unique opportunity that we should not miss from the standardization perspective, because these will be also opportunity for monetization. So that the CSP and that we are working with the CSP and the players to leverage from the AI ecosystem.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. Now I request Mr. Sandeep Sarmaji from Tech Mahindra.
Thank you, Ashokji, and blessed to be here on this panel. In my current role, I head the emerging technologies within Tech Mahindra. We are one of the leading system integrators around different stacks, and telecom is the leading vertical for us. In my interest areas or the role areas, I work regularly with different industry partners, how we integrate things together. And AI, as Alina was saying, is not something new. In networks, we are focusing more now, but as a whole, it is there for quite a decades. And IT world has seen it more closely since the networks are getting virtualized, more and more IT type of stuff is getting replicated. And we see a lot of reflections of experience that we have will be relevant in network space. 2 decades, I am purely a RAN guy, so it's mostly resonating what Elena and Simone has said. Having AI in the network is, just to elaborate on Ramone, it's not, I have 2 different dimensions to it, network for AI, AI for network, and we need also have to have a network for AI models as well, because AI models are going to get distributed. We need to look at from that perspective. And as on today, industry is more focused on bringing optimization in the network performance using AI centrally, is mostly north and south traffic. But as we evolve further, AI as a traffic will also need a different perspective, how it needs to be treated, and use cases will also evolve in that dimension. So I'm exploring all these things, and additionally, in additional responsibility, I am also the vice chair of the Bharat 6G Alliance use case working group, and we closely follow how AI is going to impact the different use cases in the 6G space.
Thank you, Sandeep. Now I move to Dr. Ashwin Gumaste from Microsoft. As he's left? No, sorry. Okay, so now I move to Ramu TS from Lekha Wireless. Yeah,
thank you, sir. I'm co-founder and CEO of Lekha Wireless. Primarily at Lekha, I take care of 4G and 5G technology set of business. And we have a small team working on 6G. Primarily, we have been contributing to the 6G standardization. And personally, I have been in telecom for last 28 years. All along, I have been a physical air engineer and now wearing a hat of entrepreneur. So it's a very exciting journey I see in terms of being part of this network and development of products in 4G and 5G. And always, till probably about 1.5 years back, I was having an opinion it's hard for AI and ML to get into the physical air part. And that's something which has transitioned the way we are talking of transition for AI native network as part of 6G. Even my thought process has transitioned along with my team who is working on 6G. We see today, like I have a team of experts who are working on the AI adoption as part of improvising handover, the mobility and also the enhancing performance through channel state information, as well as how do we see apply large language models and so on. So it's a very exciting journey because we have been developing products from 4G and 5G, now 6G. So there is a lot of transition that is coming up, both in terms of semiconductor, because there is the semiconductors are going to be with designed for AI, bring AI into it, as well as software has to be rewritten, the stacks has to be rewritten. So it's a pretty exciting journey, and like to look forward for a productive discussion here. Thank you.
Yeah, may I request Dr. Rohit?
Hello, I'm Rohit Budhiraja. I am a faculty in the Department of Electrical Engineering, and before joining academia, I worked in industry for 9 years or so. And so I've been working, designing these systems for the last 25 years now. Worked on 3G, 4G, and recently we designed a 5G system as well, and whose technology was transferred also to Tejas Networks. Now, in context of this panel discussion, I've been working in AI for last 9 years, wherein we have been working on the models which we can understand, which is basically probabilistic machine learning models. And I primarily work in physical layer, wherein whatever problems are there in physical layer, we are interested in solving using AI. And so the probabilistic machine learning is basically we focused on Bayesian machine learning part. And I've been teaching a course as well on machine learning for wireless for the last 5-6 years now. And so it's like applications of machine learning to wireless, and how can we build these probabilistic machine learning models. Now, 4 or 5 years, I jumped the bandwagon and started building these deep learning models for physical layer aspects. So these are like deep learning, and probabilistic machine learning is my area of interest, and we do extensive work, and I'm closely coupled with standardization also. So that's my research interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohit. So let us take it forward. So I think now our participants knows who are expert in which area. So please keep your questions for the panelists ready. So maybe I can start with one question of mine. So I think none of you talked about, if I not missed, about the role of agentic AI. So today a lot of talk about agentic AI.
That you're running operations in real time of a network, and then you're running some kind of, and again, we are striving towards full autonomy, and if you're running some kind of digital twin of a network and you want to execute some plans, or maybe you detect automatically that maybe something is about to degrade or something, and you want to play different scenarios. Why is that happening? That means that you need to pull data from different parts of the network and execute several what-if scenarios on the fly, maybe even in parallel, and that's your agents. And that is absolutely applicable on different layers of the network. And the trickiest one would be, of course, closest to the heart, when you have the millisecond constraints and you want to deploy the best scheduling strategy, for example, or the best ray tracing strategy. And for that you will need to have real-time agents. So totally doable. The level of trickiness is varying depending on the real-time characteristics.
So thank you, Dr. Lena. You already said that it's already being used in different layers of a telecom network, agentic AI, and it can do much more, perhaps in coming 6G. So okay, let me start with Professor Mahesh. One questions, rather twin questions. That so what is difference between AI enabled network and AI native network? That's question one. And a connected question is that when we use AI native architecture, so what exactly we are changing from the current network architecture? That's the question. Oh, sorry, I'm very confused. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So let me first take the first question. If I understand it correctly, the distinction between what is AI enhanced versus what is AI native. At some level, we have been relying on AI enhanced mode even in the 4G days. So there is something called self-organizing networks, where you take the data from the network to aid in certain operations. And in that era, it would be more about rule-based algorithms. And in the current 5G networks, there are a number of these agents, we can call them, which are focused on particular tasks, be it energy efficiency optimization or load balancing or handover optimization and so forth, that operators rely on, and they have AI capabilities on them. So these are fragmented add-on capabilities to achieve certain efficiency gains. Going to the AI native world would mean a deeper integration of these capabilities and unifying them, going away from this fragmented view that we have today. And I think that also links with what Elena was talking about, where you have these different agents. Currently they are very fragmented, but in the future there is an opportunity to bring them under a unified framework. So that is one way to look at AI native, in my view. The other is to do with the compute itself. So today, with respect to AI in telecoms, the compute is, again, not set up for AI across the stack. And this will be a key enabler for leveraging AI at other layers, at faster time scales, and to do physical layer communication, leveraging AI. All of these would require evolving to a fabric which is AI suitable. So this is for the first question. So the second question is?
The question was like, we are talking about AI native architecture. So fundamentally, what changes is going to happen from a normal telecom architecture to a AI native? I think in the first answer itself you covered that, so thank you. If you want to supplement something, yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe I can say the things to keep in mind. Obviously, every time we talk about AI, I think it is useful to think about 3 dimensions. So one is the data, the second is the compute, and the third is the intelligence in the form of algorithms, models, and so forth. So data is key enabler, and streamlining access to data across the stack is one new thing that needs to come in. And today, it is still very much limited by the APIs that vendor solutions provide, but this could be evolved to make it more richer and more flexible. And compute I already commented on. Then the software architecture and the applications in the sense of models that rely on this. I think this, there is a whole set of things to be looked at there to, again, arrive at something harmonized for key components where it can form the platform to enable these AI capabilities on the network. I think I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Mahesh. So I can open the floor for any question for Professor Mahesh from the audience. You can raise your hand, we can reach out to you with a mic. Okay, so there is a raised hand, can you? Yeah, perhaps you can introduce yourself and ask your question.
Hello sir, I am Hardik from Life Tech Elevation. So we are working in unmanned aerial vehicles and the 6G spectrum in the remote areas. So my question is that how AI is integrating the sensing and communication in AI in 6G particularly, and how good is Indian telecom system ready for enabling AI services in it?
So, okay, I think I can open this question to anyone in the dais. Maybe Professor Rohit can try and answer. Yeah.
Yeah, so he is asking very deep questions for which we don't have an answer as of now. So if you look at 3GPP, we are basically starting to study all this. And we are going to study it for another 2 years, by the way. And so difficult to answer this, but I'll try answering it. Now, so what you are asking, how AI will enable integrated sensing and communication, that's your first question. So integrated, see, sensing has been done by radars, okay, for, I don't know, for 50, 60, 70, 80 years. Now we want to integrate both the systems together and then see whether we can reduce the cost of installing these systems for the operator. That's what we are looking at and making systems simple. Now, can AI, so just to answer your question, can AI help us in designing these waveforms, combined waveforms, which can basically reduce the cost, which can do better detection, which can help us in, let's say, you need high accuracy for certain kind of applications. Can AI enable us in doing and achieving that accuracy? So can it help us in doing all that? So that is how AI can help us. But how much of gain we are going to get, that, as I said, you'll have to wait for another 2 years. That is there. And now you're talking about Indian telecom. Perhaps none of us is ready as of now to incorporate the AI into our existing network. And that's what we have been talking to government, that we need to build systems to see how much of actual gains do you get. And you need to build these systems to see like inference, how good inference you could do. And the thing here is, now we are talking about this like energy efficiency, okay? We want our 6G networks to be energy efficient. AI is energy guzzler, right? So these are two conflicting objectives, and I teach a course on optimization. So there's something called Pareto optimality. Now, there are two conflicting objectives, okay? You want to use AI to improve performance, and on the other hand, it's an energy guzzler. Can you achieve both these objectives? Yes, there is a sweet spot, and that's called Pareto optimality. We can do that, but in order to do that, we need to, it's not, simulations are not enough. We need to build these systems to show it to the telecom operators that it actually works. You need to sell these systems to them. So we need to first demonstrate, we need to build proof of concept AI-based systems. And then if we can show that, okay, this works, then of course telecom operators will also be interested.
Thank you. Anyone want to add?
Yeah. I just want to add one more perspective to this question. Primarily, since you raised unmanned aerial vehicle as a more communication for UAV, say today we have certain algorithms which are trying to optimize. You can put them as a non-collaborative AI. There are things which network is doing for a moving object to make sure communication link is intact, right? So I'm talking primarily from the physical layer perspective. There are multiple things that has to happen. So as we migrate from the current networks, the 4G and 5G network, which is implementing certain algorithms, which is based on learning, but it is very static, it is not dynamic, right? So we are going to transition from non-collaborative AI where the device takes certain decisions based on its learning and network takes certain decisions based on its learning. Many times it could be conflicting, right? So from here we'll move towards collaborative AI, and probably a native AI will come down the lane as part of 6G. So this is the journey, right? So today if you ask me, is Indian OEMs ready with the network? Yes, we do have the state-of-the-art cutting-edge networks, but these are going to transition from where we are to the true native AI functions as we move towards 6G. That's the primary goal. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rohit and Ramuji. Maybe my next question is from Dr. Elena. I think you already answered one question related to agentic AI, and there you talked about the autonomous network, how we can automate the various layers of the network using the agentic AI and other stuff in the AI. My question to you is like, how can we balance autonomy with control in AI managed network to ensure safety and reliability, in the sense that, so can we completely rely on AI for safety, reliability when we automate the network with AI?
So I'm going to give a short and boring answer. Yes, I think my vision is that we need to be able to rely completely on the full autonomy. And then another boring side of the story is that, of course, we need to work a lot with the AI trustworthiness from the start. So it's not you know, choice. It has to be there from the start. And it's interesting how you ask about agentic, because now it's kind of the newer technology and so on. But I think in telecoms, We need to be prepared to bring in any kind of new technology. We need to be that flexible in telecoms to bring in new AI methods into our systems really quickly so that our systems are not lagging behind. And telecom networks are there for all these new methods and for AI. It's a key component, of course. So how do we balance autonomy with control? I mean, replacing human effort with AI, and you can discuss everything, and we can build all these trustworthiness and explainability methods where you prove that it's actually absolutely non-dangerous and the network will not fail. But in practice, when we go to real-time aspects and we are actuating on milliseconds, you cannot have a human in the loop. Because when you're going to be executing a real-time digital twin of a network, and the decisions are happening there in milliseconds level, so we cannot have a human. So unfortunately, and I know that it's not a popular thing to say, but we cannot. So instead, we need to have, of course, we need to have guardrails. We need to make sure that any action is within specified rules that we have dictated in the beginning. If we are replacing a classical rule-based algorithm with an AI algorithm, it needs to be only acting within these boundaries and so on. So, I mean, maybe a boring answer, but all of this needs to be done, and we need to set the boundaries. And then, in many cases, there won't be any human in the loop. It will be full autonomy.
Yeah, thank you. So you said that we need to set the boundary for AI to work, and then it will be fully autonomous in that boundary, right? So thank you so much. Yeah.
So I think one thing, I completely agree with what Elena said. One thing I would add from a safety and reliability point of view is the notion of intent. I think that would be key to use as a guide to be able to serve as a reference to monitor the operation of the network, and of course explainability, interpretability is important. And on top of that, having this red button option where you fall back to a safe mode, and that can sort of give a higher level of safety and reliability.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Mahesh. So any question for Dr. Elena from, audience? Yeah. There is a raised hand on the back. If someone can give mic.
Okay, so I'm Rajesh. I work for Device Research. So, interesting answer. It's not boring, of course. But I guess, I would like to hear your views on what you described is all about trust, or is there something beyond that? Like you mentioned about explainability, right? That's an important aspect. And how do you see trust percolating into standards? What is your views, in terms of how you can incorporate standards, or how you can incorporate certain things in standards that make networks more trustworthy? And second question is, there are going to be billions of devices now being connected, right, in 6G, and thousands, or I don't know, even hundreds, thousands of varieties of devices, right? So, and then there's a bit of a closed environment where people want to build AI intelligence in the devices. And what are the challenges that you see from standardization perspective to build trust even with devices and network communication, just not in the network itself, but also in the end-to-end perspective? Sorry, a bit complicated question,
Thank you. Let me try to answer this one. First of all, I think a challenge is, of course, challenging, but then the way you see it, I mean, we are in a complex industry, and we love those challenges also. And I totally agree with you that those safety and trustworthiness need to be propagated all the way to standards. And then standards help us, in a way, to define our trustworthiness frameworks so that we can automatically verify that the system adheres to the standards. I know that there are several standards on trustworthiness of cyber physical systems, and you're in device space, and specifically, I mean, I can just give an example. We worked on standards of connected collaborative robotics, and collaborative robotics is something that's connected and collaborative not between the robots, but a robot and a human. And that's a very clear case when you cannot afford the mistake, because industrial robots can essentially kill a human. And then when network is part of that, we also need to kind of contribute to the standards and to make sure that we verify in advance that all parts of the system guarantees safety. So that's just one kind of example of that. Other examples that are acting on what I mentioned on millisecond level, that will be different methods of kind of standardizing and making sure that in advance, before you roll out, of course we'll have all the sandboxes, so of course we'll have the systems where you kind of test and so on. I come from software verification background before I kind of onboarded AI journey 15 years ago, and verification, making sure that it's formally guaranteed, certain guarantees are there, that's kind of part of my DNA.
Thank you, Dr. Lena. You want to add? Yeah, please.
Let me add, and thank you, Rajesh, for the question. So we didn't prepare it before, so maybe to complement to also what Elena said, so we define, what we define is standard. So what we define as, let's say, interfaces, what we standardize as interfaces is done in order to support multi-vendor and or in order to support interoperability. We know that, of course, leveraging AI, we introduce adaptability. Already today, when we prompt the same question, we might get even different replies, right? So I think this is a key point, because we need to develop an integrate solution into the standard, which basically allow to verify the explainability. Because if the behavior on the specific interface becomes variable and it cannot be predicted, and then is not robust and reliable, then of course the performance will significantly degrade when there is a communication between components from different vendors. I think supporting the explainability of a result which is out of an AI-based function, I think it's very important. Of course, in standard, we are also enabling the option to fall back to a non-AI solution. So if we see that the performance on that specific interface, because maybe we are still in the learning phase and we are not yet let's say, fully optimal in terms of performance, we can always fall back to the non-AI case. But of course, in this case, we will lose all the potential and all the adaptability and flexibility of that. I think that is definitely one of the areas where we need to find solutions who address the explainability.
Thank you. Okay, there is one more raised hand. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question which you have not raised, and let us look at AI for RAN, right? And specifically data for AI, right? So if you want to get channel data or demod data, you have to get it from somewhere, right? You can use ray tracing, you can use statistical channel models, you can use generative channel models, you can use operated data. So without data, adequate data, what you get, if you want to build a digital twin of the RAN, it will be garbage in, garbage out. So what is your opinion, how to get this data, or enough data, so that I can build a digital twin of the RAN in this context? Thank you.
Anyone who want to take this question? Yeah?
Yeah. I go first. Okay. Thank you, Amitabha. Also, this question was not prepared, so it seems that my colleagues are interested to. Okay, but yes, I would say the issue that I think we have today, I mean, we don't have AI without data. I think this is clear, right? Data is the fuel for AI. And we need good data, quality data, is maybe not about the amount of data, but is the quality of the data which counts. And what is also important is that we can use all the possible source of data that we can use then to build for example, the digital twin or whatever other use case that we have in mind. The issue that we need to address is that the solution today is basically domain-based. So we get data from radio, we get data from the system, we get data from the core network, we get data from the management at the management layer, but all those data today are collected through different mechanisms, and there is no particular exchange of this data between the different domains, and there are no exchange of data between different vendors, for example. All those problems need to be addressed in order then to, it's not the amount of data, but it's the quality of data, and we need to have the capability to really have leverage the data end to end. So it's not, from my perspective, only specific. We need more data from radio, but it's really we need the data who is needed to build the full system. So, and that is really end to end.
Yeah, I think just to add, digital twin also have different dimensions. We all know it. For what purpose we are building digital twin, it also defines how much data that we can generate or take as a telemetry from current standards. As we go towards AI native wireless, I think that's a provision that we are discussing in different forums, that we need to have hooks defined at different layers itself, so that the data could be telemetered out from the network and could be used anonymously, or we could anonymize data across the networks as well. The biggest problem, as you rightly mentioned, is that we are living in a management of data paradox. We need data, but no one wants to share the data as well. For that to happen, we need to have certain open interfaces that should be standardized, and those open interfaces should be used as a hook to pass on data both in the east-west direction and the north-south direction as well, so that the more realistic digital twins can be created.
Thank you. I think taking clue from your question and also the answer, you want to add? Okay, let me ask this question. Perhaps you can pick this question also and try to answer. Sure. So what I was thinking, so his question was that some of the data which is coming in the control channel is required for making the system AI native. You also talked about that the interfaces, standard API would be required to take the data so that AI can actually use to learn and make a decision. So my question to you or anyone who can pick it up, that tells us that we need some standard, right? So whether something is happening at 3GPP level on this aspect, if any of you are aware, I think you talked about standard, that's...
I mean, this is, we need to design the proper interface which allows open interface which allows. I think what is important is that we need open interface where we need. We don't need open interface everywhere, because still from the performance perspective, the proprietary interface still perform better than the open interface. But we need the open interface where, for example, we need to exchange and we need to have a multi-modem, a multi-vendor operation. And this is happening because, for example, let me just bring two simple examples. So one is, and this is already happening in 5G because the SBA, the service-based architecture, has introduced the consumer and producer approach. So already in the 5G core, and this is already an open interface which can be expanded, for example, to also support on the core network the agentic AI. So. If I have time, then I would like to address again the agentic AI question going back, but maybe let me move on this. Another interface, I was talking about 3GPP. Another interface is, for example, the R1 from Oran. R1 interface allows to third party to develop management application which can be plugged in the non-real-time RIC and that can be controlled through the SMO services. So those are happening. Then we have, of course, API. We need to generalize the API for the exposure of the data, and I think this is also what the standard is currently working on. So I would say, yes, we are working already on the open interface, but of course we should not now generalize that all the interfaces needs to be open, because interoperability is also then a key requirement.
I think you have supplementary question.
So you're talking about standards, especially RAN 1. So you have these three features: beam management, CSI, and positioning, right? And all the simulations is based on statistical channel model.
Quadriga.
So, and it is not based on ray tracing or generative channel models or actual data. So I don't know how to represent the actual network if I do my design based on statistical channel.
Yeah, so as he's saying, Amitabh is saying, I'm an academician, so if I have to write papers, I use statistical channel modeling. And if I have to push something into 3GPP, I use Quadriga-based channel model, which is well accepted in 3GPP. So I do that. It is a wish that we have more realistic data coming from operators, but who's going to share that? Nobody. And now people are talking about these interfaces. I don't know how many operators would like to do that. Okay, that is one. So my take on that will be more provocative, and I say build it. Build the systems, have your systems, and then have your data. And that's what we are doing. We recently built a network, 5G network, and then we want to enhance it for all this AI/ML, and then see what kind of gains it gives. But we need data for that, and I think sharing data is a wish, as I said, but realistic data. So we don't have it. Most of us are relying on statistical data, but how far it can take, I have my own doubts.
So I'd like to add a couple of points to this. So with respect to AI for RAN and the data for that context, there are, depending on the type of data needed, there are different kinds of RAN emulation or digital twins that exist already and are being developed. I think they could be, so to the extent that they are high fidelity, like the NVIDIA digital twin and so forth, so they can be a good source of realistic data. Secondly, for people who have access to or run sizable deployments of networks, not at the operator scale, but at a testbed scale. So these could also be a great source of realistic data. And in fact, in the context of ORAN, there's been a lot of work in the research world in terms of enabling technology which can allow for data to be flexibly collected through, like I can think of Janus is a framework from Microsoft, which makes us incredibly flexible to collect data from anywhere in the stack, including channel data. So these things, to the extent that they are standardized, they can be a great way to extract data even from operator networks. Of course, there is also the challenge of sharing data. One powerful tool is generative AI, right? So I have used this in my own work, where if you have a small corpus of real data, operator provided data, then you can generate realistic, unlimited amount of data by doing a conditional generation. And we've done this for traffic and for drive test data and so forth. So that's a very powerful tool to leverage.
But I just wanted to ask you, how this generative modeling, we also do a bit of that. But how much you can actually trust that? How much of they close it to realistic data? That's
so your question is, his question is that synthetic data we generate using a small set of data, how much we can trust. So that depends upon, once you perhaps use it and see the reliability, that is the answer.
See, all these statistical channel models can actually help us in generating huge amount of data. That, with respect to the telecom or physical data, that's not the problem. Okay, I think yes, you can say there's another way of generating data using generative modeling. It's as good as okay, one is faster, one is slower, and all these.
I think in this panel we are trying to find a way for a workaround for a business problem, because in this constellation we are representing telecom vendors, we are representing academia, we are presenting integrators. But if only we had an operator here in the crowd, that's easy, because an operator has the data. So the data, majority of the data will have to come from live networks, and they own it. And this is where the need will come. And every operator, even without waiting for standardization, if it is full observability, if it's AI native network, it means full observability. That means that you can build it. You can build it from day one. But the struggle is real for us. I mean, of course, we need to have models that are generic enough that you can use from many different vendors. But I think I'm suspecting that your question is not about technology, because technology-wise, we know how to do it. It's more business model-wise and kind of how do we make it happen in the world. And then, of course, we can discuss all types of techniques like synthetic data, generalization, obfuscation, and so on. But it boils down to willingness and trust and how to share it among the community, right?
Thank you. So I think it boils down to, okay, let me take Sandeep Sharma ji, right? Because the question is coming to you, you being the system integrator, when you build system, you take RAN from one, core from somebody else, various component he has to like integrate. So the same challenge, like for example, even if you have an open standard like XN interface or X2 interface for mobility, but no two systems work even today, right? So my question to you is that, like, as a system integrator, what kind of challenge you face related to integration of the system, particularly if I talk about AI?
Sure. I think if I say it, I think we are putting too much of expectation on AI, honestly speaking, right? And I was listening to fellow panelists, okay, trust AI. AI is artificial intelligence, and we humans don't trust each other when we spend some time together. So I would say spend some time with AI, let it get tested in the network, because we as an SI are using AI at the operational level quite extensively. We see positive results coming out of it. But when we talk about native AI, that's where the actual challenge comes in, right? When you talk about east-west traffic management, north-south traffic management, all happening together. For sure, certain interfaces needs to be there, comply to be there as well from different ecosystem partners. But having an open interface won't suffice. We need to have a right set of frameworks as well that we see missing today, so that the data exchange should happen more openly, more transparently. At the same time, managing the privacy of the data. So certain data privacy mechanisms exist today. We can do data anonymization, and for certain specific test case, we're discussing in the previous question of generating synthetic data, so that we need not to be exporting all those data for a central repository. But for sure, integration of AI in the telecom networks, to a certain extent, it's already there. Then we go deeper into the layer at the node level. That's where we need more, I would say, discussion on how the standards will allow certain interfaces realistically open.
Yeah, so again, one supplementary question, and in case anyone from, so okay, I'll give you the mic. Before that, for example, I was talking about X2 and XN interface, whether AI can a bit solve this problem in the sense that whenever we change certain API, like both party has to work together, it takes very, very long time to, like, again, interoperate. So whether AI can solve this problem, that's the question. I just reserve this question and I take question from the audience also. Yeah, please go ahead. Both question you can answer together.
Yeah, I'm Dr. V.N. Sastry, working in IDRBT, specifically on the 5G use cases, mobile applications, and also mobile security.
Can you be a bit louder?
Yeah, so I have two questions. One is, see, when we look at the 6G developments, initiatives across, one is the demand side, one is the supply side, one is the speculative side. Okay. Specifically, when we look at what are the 6G use cases, which are going to be the killer use cases from the Indian perspective and specific to the common man. If I can get some thoughts on that, it will be very nice. Second question is on the various types of mobile applications that we have across the world. There are several millions of applications. When we transition to the 6G based solutions, what skills are required for the mobile application developers to be ready to go for the developments for the 6G? So one is on the use cases, 6G use cases specific to the Indian perspective for a common man. And second, for the mobile application developers, what skills they should get prepared to go for the development of 6G use cases. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I mean, anyone would like to? Yeah.
Yeah, if
Sandeep?
I understood correctly, definition of use case also depends on which context we are talking about. Identifying a use case much before technology, it is still a paperwork. Having said that, if you look at how the industry has evolved over the years, the traditional use cases were of a long life cycle. For example, the voice was the main use case, right, when it comes 2G networks. We are okay with the 2G because there are not much of expectation from the end consumers. But what we see today, as we're progressing with the AI is not only in terms of using it for automation efficiency as a use case, it puts a different requirements on the network itself. For example, certain packet loss of maybe 1%, certain inferencing could jeopardize, inferencing efficiencies could jeopardize up to 50%. So what type of applications that AI specific end use application that are running on the network that will be more specifically defined in 6G when you have a different KPIs running for different network elements. Other component is that don't think 6G is only AI, right? There's another component of ubiquitous coverage where end user get connected to all the time, either in remote areas or in shape and everything, or from the single device. That would be from the end user perspective. And 6G is not predominantly only end user from the subscriber perspective. Look for many different industry applications as well. So holistically, there will be a number of different use cases that get generated, especially the gentleman asked about the sensing. I think I have a different comments on sensing as well. Sensing is something which we can use it, leverage it in different forms. Maybe the initial release may not come as integrated, it may be disjoint, you need collaboration or so different use cases can be elaborated more in 6G with the better efficiencies, and AI as a traffic use case will be much more efficient when we have a AI native 6G standards defined. That's my view.
Right.
I can comment?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
So on your second question about what the application developers may need to do differently with the future 6G, I think that's, to some extent, this is already kind of happening where, at least the way I envision is a lot of these applications which are AI based, which might currently rely on the cloud for serving those applications, so they may need to be re-architected to leverage the edge. And that might require rethinking how these applications are developed. So in terms of the APIs to access the edge as a nearby computing resource to offload part of the AI compute for inferencing, this may be a new requirement that might come up.
Thank you. My next question.
Can I comment?
Yeah, okay, there is a raised hand. Let's take that question. A lot of interest.
I appreciate the session. Sorry, Mike Short, Chairman, UK Telecoms Labs. I appreciate the session is very much about networks, but nobody said very much about satellite or SATCOMs and NTN. Would you like to talk a little bit about how AI may help the journey of telecoms and SATCOMs to work together, but also perhaps acknowledging that systems like billing systems and customer care systems and provisioning may also be helped with the AI. But my primary point is SATCOMs, how will NTN be helped by AI?
Yeah. Who, you want to pick? Okay.
I can answer part of that question based on my work. So within satellite-based communication, one very compelling application is Earth observation. So this is an area where communication is a bottleneck to be able to access this vast amount of image data to the cloud and store it. And so this, we've already shown in our recent work that you can gain immensely by relying on generative AI to get orders of magnitude reduction in the communication requirement and also the storage costs, so that you can recreate. This is a bit like compression in a lightweight sense and recreating on demand to enable a wide variety of applications from that data. So that is one particular case. It is not quite the NTN, but it's still a SATCOM application.
Yeah, thank you. I think his question, anyone else want to pick that question? Yeah.
Yeah, I think NTN is going to be treated similarly where 3GPP standards are being treated. So all the use cases that we thought of, either from the perspectives of operations of the NTN networks, enabling the subscribers data, and at the same time, a lot of LEO satellites are coming into picture, and they keep on moving. How to predetermine via probabilistic modeling whether which area will get covered at what time, at what quality of coverage, could be another use case that AI can help.
Yeah, you're right. So I think the mobility part, when you have a LEO satellite always moving, so instead of a user moving, it's a cell moving, so that mobility itself, perhaps if you can solve with AI, will be a great thing for satellite to get integrated with terrestrial network. So thank you. Yeah, please.
Yeah, we are talking about mobility, and can AI help us in designing at the physical layer level in handling this Doppler, high Doppler? Okay, it's a challenge, but can AI predict that and help us in designing a reliable system? That's, I think, one technology area where AI can definitely help.
Yeah, thank you. I think some of the problems are already solved in the sense that today we have a Starlink, satellites are moving away every 15, 17 seconds and you are getting coverage from the next satellite. Some sort of mobility aspects are already solved by some of our guys, so maybe, yeah, but the question is, now you have a double mobility, subscriber also moving, satellite also moving, yeah. Thank you.
No, AI is actually doing things better. When the problem is being solved, can we do it better using that? That's the question.
Thank you. So my next question is from Ramu from Lekha Wireless. I think he's the only SME in our panelist, and you are into RAN side, I suppose. So my question is that
just I think let me just only one announcement that Honorable Minister will be coming at this place only within 10 to 15 minutes. So you please continue. I am requesting not to wind up, but continue. Moment I will say, then we will wind up. Please. And we will have keynote address here itself.
So let me tell, he want to save his job because if minister comes and hall is empty. So thank you. On a lighter note, yeah. So so my question to you is that. I think you're on the radio side, so maybe air interface perhaps has to be designed on AI. So what kind of tools, skills, etc. do you need to actually incorporate all those aspects onto your radio?
So yeah, thanks for the
particularly this question is for SME because you may not have access to so many of the tools which are required to exactly work upon.
Sure.
So in that sense, this question is, yeah.
Yeah, I think, sir, as I mentioned earlier, say as AI has penetrated into so many aspects of life, and probably now it's coming into the network, right? So naturally, those who are already designing and developing network elements, components, we are all going through one round of learning, right? How do we adapt? Because we know the benefits of the AI, how the machine learning can transform our design and development. There is another angle which is coming from over-the-air interface where how network and device can collaborate. I think this is a subject of the standard. The standardization is going to come and help here. But when it comes to designing of the system, there are many things which we are looking at how we can adapt, where we don't have to really wait for 6G standard to come. Rather, it can actually improve systems in our current 5G or 5G advanced systems. So in terms of skills, I think the domain expertise will continue to exist. That is required. People have to acquire the telecom domain expertise, but the additional AI is something which is in the form of platforms, in the way how it is processed, the various models. So this is something which industry will look forward. And in fact, I'm also a student who's learning and trying to adapt the AML into the system, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So all of us are a student related to AI today, as you said. Okay, so any question from our August gathering here? Okay, so maybe I take a question from Professor Rohit. So what research priority should India set to contribute strongly to AI native 6G standards?
I think I stressed upon it earlier as well, that building a system, AI-based system, is extremely important for from Indian perspective. As I said, we are talking about the AI and the energy efficiency. These are two conflicting objectives. Can we build a system which will satisfy both these objectives? Okay, unless and until we do that, we are not sure. Okay, there's all these simulation-based studies can take us only that far. So we need to really have a system which can show us these gains. That is, I think, utmost priority, and that will help us in collecting data, as well as we have been talking about that that nobody is willing to share data, right? And we can only generate data, but how much of realistic data we have. So if we lay priorities on that, I think it will help us as a nation, and it will help us in basically be ready to have this, like the network which is by 29, which we want to build our own 6G network. I think that will help us in that direction. Plus, I think we are talking about, I was part of another panel discussion as well. So if we can, people were talking about resilience, okay? So if we can build a resilient network, that we have such a long coastline, we have been of late seeing disasters in the mountainous part. Can we build these resilient network which can help us, like when these disasters strike, then can our networks work? That's another focus we should have. Resilience is a buzzword now, but it's actually very important for India. And another use case which like ISAC, I think people have been talking about it, but in context of what I just said, right, can ISAC help us in saving lives? Right? That's very important for us, okay? And that you basically sense such a disaster and can inform the vehicles crossing through that area and basically save lives. I think as a nation, that use case is of particular interest to us.
Thank you. Okay, so any question from? Okay, there is a raised hand. Can you give mic there?
Hi, good evening everyone. My question is, like, how are we planning to use AI in a way that we stay ahead of AI-powered cyber attacks? How do we implement this in our systems?
AI-powered cyber attack, how to handle that?
Yeah, how do we stay, because we will be using AI to defend ourselves, and like attackers will be using AI to attack. So how do we keep ourselves ahead of them?
So the question has moved to security. How do we tackle AI-powered cyber attack in a network? Anyone want to pick? Yeah, please.
So I can comment based on my experience in the context of Open RAN, where the vision is a lot of ML-based applications that will sit over the controllers, and there is a huge body of work on attacking ML models, and this falls under the adversarial ML area. And in recent work, we have explored how vulnerable are these ML-based apps in Open RAN to such adversarial ML attacks. Can we tailor and create these attacks in such a way that they are potent and cannot easily be addressed with the standard defense mechanisms in the adversarial ML context? And the answer to both of these is yes. I think this is a worrying sign. So we've designed a surrogate ML model. So think, for the question that you're asking, ML to attack ML. So you can create, by passive monitoring of data in the Open RAN context, you could build a surrogate model that can then obfuscate the input to the target ML models and affect their behavior and affect network performance. And such an attack is also immune to the standard defense mechanisms. Okay? So that's one example of the potential for ML to attack ML.
Can I?
Thank you. Okay,
also,
please.
Maybe also to give a bit the full picture also from the standardization perspective, because this is now in the September 3GPP plenary. It has now been approved, the study item in SA3. SA3 is the working group responsible for security, and AI-related security is, of course, one of the key focus. And there is now a current, there will be, the work will start with studies on basically how to use AI to protect against cyber attacks. And those will be basically cover two angles. So one is to detect a cyber attack, or how to protect the AI algorithm that we integrate into the network from AI then attacking those. So those will be also part of the standard work that we start basically in the coming meeting also in standardization.
Yeah, thank you. Sandeep,
just to add one thing, the only challenge that I see in the industry today is that AI is evolving much fast, and we have a slow cycle for standardization. So AI will always be coming out with all the dark side of the world, will always be using those methods. But only way to counter those methods is just to be stronger than your opponent. Keep all the zero trust architecture defined for your network, all the checks and securities with 3GPP is defining, make sure that those latest releases are getting implemented in the network as well from the telco perspective. End use cases will always be a challenge. It is all depend on how much relevant and latest frameworks that you have implemented in the network.
So, can I
please.
jump?
Yeah.
You know, I wanted to go back to the agentic AI, and then I want to use this chance to go back. Yeah. So, I think this is a key point, because AI is evolving very fast, right? And we say AI is evolving with 12, 18 months somehow schedule time, while standards, we have a new generation every 10 years. You can imagine that if we start from this angle, the solution that will work in 2030, let's assume that the first deployment of, we expect the first deployment of 6G network at the end of 2029, beginning of 2030, then depend on the region and the fast adapter or not. But then if natively, we should support that. And that's also part of the study, because, I mean, AI for me is helped me to resolve complex problems, right? Or to resolve use cases that alone it will take a lot of time, or I will not be able to then solve. And it will be the same. So agentic AI will help us basically to address the use cases which are unknown today. So, and the only way to do this is to create a system, an AI native system that will then leverage the same technology that then is going to evolve during the same time. And that will be also I have generalized, but that is also from the security perspective. So,
thank you. So I think what he's saying is that standards should be flexible enough to adopt evolution of AI going forward. So although technology from 6G to 7G may take 10 years, but it should be flexible enough so that, I mean, all those AI evolution and other evolution can be taken care of. So we should not be very specific or very tied into the standard. Thank you for that. I think I want to move to a slightly different subject. So we had a keynote from GSMA just before our session. They were talking about spectrum need for 6G in different band, and the spectrum availability in different part of the world countries are very scarce, right? Already some of the spectrums are used by some other agency, maybe defense, maybe other departments. So there is a real need for spectrum sharing, right? And we tried in 5G dynamic spectrum sharing. I mean, it was also deployed, and today people are trying, but really it has not worked. A lot of wastage happens on the side when you use. So whether AI can help on those spectrum sharing aspect, that's a open question to any one of you want to pick up.
I think there is some evidence already to suggest that there is potential for AI to aid in the spectrum sharing. So if you operate in a world where the spectrum is shared by default, then the usage of the spectrum varies in across space and across time, and to adapt the usage to match those patterns, there is some work in the research space to show that spectrum sharing in a more holistic sense, aided by AI, can help. And there is a lot of potential there in terms of further work, but there's already evidence to suggest that.
Thank you. So Pathak ji has come with something. Okay, let me ask one. You can continue. Okay.
Excuse me, I want to add one more.
You want to add? Okay, yeah, please go
question. Primarily, I think one of the interesting subject when it comes to India is when it comes to spectrum sharing. Of course, spectrum is something which is very expensive thing, we all understand. And how do we share for multiple applications? One of the subject which is definitely in discussion is we have been allocating spectrum for, let's say, railways. If you look at railways, it actually, the railway line passes through all parts of the country, urban area, rural area, and so on. And there's a huge amount of infrastructure that is getting created. So how do we leverage this existing infrastructure for not only serving the railway operations, as well as providing network coverage to the rural area? So how do we enhance? Probably this is one subject I can see AI can actually bring a lot of changes. How do we share the spectrum? And this is one application, but there are multiple applications which I can foresee the AI can play a role based on the learning, how it can actually make sure the mission critical network is not compromised, as well as the same network is utilized for offering network services.
Yeah, so I think what we are talking about is how AI can help in enabling efficient spectrum use. We could look at a flip side in terms of how we can manage the demand through AI. And this is where semantic communication comes in. So oftentimes we take the view that demand is not to be managed, but we only worry about providing adequate supply, be it through additional spectrum or densification or greater spectrum efficiencies. I think there is a real opportunity to leverage AI in the context of semantic communication to manage the demand so that the available spectrum can go further.
Thank you. Any question from audience? Okay, so I have one more question. So we are talking about distributed AI in the sense that AI into CU, AI into DU, so AI at edge, even AI onto the devices, and of course on the core and cloud. So if you implement AI at various distributed levels, there will be a lot of compute requirement at every level. So I don't know whether, I mean, how to solve that problem of huge computational requirement at different distributed levels, and whether it is wise or, I mean, it's a capital intensive, whether that sort of result will come or not. And also maybe the device cost would increase, that will make affordability is a problem. So that's the question. Anyone want to pick up?
I can start maybe. So I think it can be addressed from two different sides. So first of all, of course, we distribute it depending on the real-time characteristics. I'm coming back to real-time characteristics, where we have smaller models that require faster inference, and they are running on the DUs, and then we have hierarchical set of different models, and the heavier ones can run on the centralized units as well. And that's one side of story. The other side of story, of course, is semantic communication, as you mentioned, and all the distillation techniques, so to make the models more efficient and to have maybe more efficient acceleration hardware.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so we already see some of the Qualcomm chips are having AI onto the devices. Yeah, so I think you answered that. Any question from audience? From any of the panelists? Yeah. Can somebody give mic? Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Kapil Parashar from Vyom Group. My question is with Dr. Alina. We are working with the Ministry of Startup and DPIIT. We have a consortium of startups in AI. So, as an incubation head from Ericsson, so how can you help these startups from tier 2 cities from India? This is my question to Dr. Ali.
It's a very interesting question. So he works in a department which nurture startups in India, and some of the startups working on AI, I mean, Ericsson is helping them. So how they can, I mean, solve some of our problems, or we solve some of their problems? Yeah.
I can start. I think it goes back to that clock speed of different pace of developments in standards and in AI, because it's, as you say, it's maybe half a year, 1 year time horizon, and all these startups are developing the new models, and we need to be able, in our industry, we need to be able to be so fast to be adopting those through the different technologies that we have. So I think that collaboration with startup ecosystem is key, absolutely key, because the innovation is happening out there. Innovation on AI has a very quick cycles, and we need to be able to adopt those technologies in our telecom sector very fast.
Thank you. Any more question? Right. So, okay, I think we should have maybe last question from my side. So, Pathakji, you are done. Can we try to conclude? Okay, so last question. No problem. So, last question, then perhaps you can have group photograph with all of us. Okay, so my last question is like, I think we answered a bit initially that, I mean, when you use AI, you increase the computational load. That means the power consumptions. We has already been struggling with huge power requirement of the telecom network. So particularly the base stations, which we have lakhs and lakhs in number everywhere. So how do we tackle the energy efficiency part? For example, we always talk about like we want to energy efficient, we want a green technology, but with such a compute requirement which is energy consumption heavy, how do we solve that problem?
I think, yeah, so for telecom, we don't need such LLM kind of models, okay, which are compute intensive. And that we have to be clear that we need small language models which are not very compute intensive. So that partly solves telecom problem, that there are these the kind of tasks which we are talking about to make these AI native 6G. We are talking about small like channel estimation, okay? And so how much of energy that's going to consume, that
so we need to build very specific subsystems, AI-based subsystems. That will help us in understanding like how that will basically reduce our energy consumption. So we are not looking at very small, very heavy models. That I think that we have to be clear. Plus, what we are looking at from operator's perspective also is the inference power, not the training power. Okay, and if you go to 3GPP, people are mostly talking about inference, how much of inference power it is consumed. But I think at the end of the day, it's going to affect us because it's like somewhere energy is getting consumed. Okay, it's like an EV. Basically, you are you are reducing the pipe pollution, but you are increasing the pollution somewhere else. Okay, right? And then here also, for training, I think 3GPP doesn't talk about training. It only talks about inference. Okay? And that's where. Plus, the key point to take back home is only like from telecom perspective is very, very small models which we are talking about.
Thank you. I think Sandeep want to add.
Just to add here, today when we talk about sustainability, power consumption, we are doing two mistakes here. Sustainability, we are comparing AI chipsets which are existing today. But chipset industry will not remain consistent in the current state. They will also evolve, right? At the same time, as Professor Rohit has also rightly mentioned, the compute is not required that heavy at every layer, right? There are different types of compute chipsets that are available. You need NPUs, you need CPUs, you need GPUs. Not every compute is, I would say, power hungry. At the same time, look at the telecom network.
So I think we have to conclude immediately because I have to make this in order.
Yeah, so I think it has been a great discussion. So can I have a huge round of applause for all our experts, panelists? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we have a quick group photograph, Pathakji? Thank you. It's okay. I think we have already completed our discussion and it was really, really good. And the expertise which we have today from the big OEMs like Nokia, Ericsson, from Academy, Professor, I think, oh, sorry. No, I'm talking about you and Rohit, and also from SME, Lekha. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Stay here.